Welcome to the beginning of your journey into the world of data visualization and business intelligence with Power BI. Whether you're a seasoned data analyst or stepping into the realm of data for the first time, this course is designed to equip you with the knowledge and skills to transform raw data into compelling stories that drive decision making. Let's embark on this adventure together, starting with the very foundation of what Power BI is and how it works. At its core, Power BI is a suite of software services, apps, and connectors that work together to turn unrelated sources of data into coherent, visually immersive, and interactive insights. Your Excel spreadsheets, cloud services, streaming data, and local databases all can be brought to life in new, insightful ways with Power BI. Power BI works by allowing you to connect to your data sources, visualize and discover what's important, and share that with anyone or everyone you want. It's the beauty of turning data into decisions. But how exactly does Power BI accomplish this? Data connectivity. First, it connects to virtually any type of data source you can imagine. This flexibility is key to its power. Modeling. Next, it lets you shape that data by modeling, transforming, and organizing it in ways that reflect your business needs. Visualization. Then comes the fun part, visualization. Power BI provides a canvas where you can create and arrange interactive visualizations, turning your data into dashboards and reports that tell a story. Sharing and collaboration. Finally, it allows you to share those insights with your team or publish them for your organization, fostering a data-driven culture. Power BI is not just a tool, but an ecosystem comprising Power BI Desktop, the Windows desktop-based application for PCs and desktops, ideal for designing and publishing reports. Power BI Service, the online SaaS, software as a service where dashboards and reports are shared and viewed. Power BI Mobile, apps for Windows, iOS, and Android devices, making your insights available anywhere, anytime. The flow of work in Power BI typically starts with Power BI Desktop, where data connections, transformations, and visualizations are created. These reports are then published to the Power BI service, where they can be shared and collaborated on. With Power BI Mobile, the power of real-time decision-making is in your hands, no matter where you are. As we dive deeper into each of these components throughout this course, you'll learn not just to use Power BI, but how to leverage its full potential to turn data into a strategic asset. Whether it's for business intelligence, performance monitoring, or just exploring data in new ways, Power BI opens up a world of possibilities. Thank you for beginning your Power BI journey with us. Let us see how to install the software Power BI Desktop on your laptop or machine. Now, there are many methods to download the software. One of them is what I will be showing you today. You can see on the screen, I have just entered the URL, powerbi.microsoft.com/desktop. So you can use this URL to download. I've already opened the URL, and you can see that that's the same URL open here. I can just click on the download free option. So Power BI Desktop is completely free. You don't have to pay anything for it. Now, once you click on that, it will ask you to open Microsoft Store. So I will just click on Open Microsoft Store. And here you can see the Power BI Desktop application will be open here. Now you can just click on the Install button, and it will automatically install on your laptop or PC. The best part is, if you try by this method, every month, whatever updates there are, it will automatically update this Power BI software. So this is one easy method of downloading and installing. Here comes the Power BI. If you see, I have the Open option since I already have Power BI installed on my machine. However, If you are doing it for the first time, you'll get here as install. You just click on install and it will take a few minutes to install and download. You can click on this launch button. That's one method. The second method is you can see the other option, see download and language options. If you are from some other country and you want it in a different language, apart from English, you can just click on this, see download or language options. So once I click on that, it will open a new tab. And there you can see I can change the language. Okay, you can see I can change the language from here. I can choose whichever language I want, and I can just click on the download button here. So this will be a customizable download option. Before you download, you can see what the system requirements are for this particular software. You can see the installation instruction is something required, and then you can click on download, and the installation process is very simple and straightforward. Next, you can go for installation. Once it is done, you can just search for Power BI, that's the software here, Power BI Desktop. This will open the Power BI software. Many of you might have the older user interface of Power BI, not the new one. So how do you upgrade to the newer user interface? Okay, Power BI updates every month, not every year. But every month, new features keep on coming. How do we activate those features? This is also important. Here, my user interface and yours might be different. You can see, for me, the user interface is something different. You might have some different options here. For example, I have this transform data option, which you may or may not have. If you do not have it, you are in the older version. I have the filters panel here, which you might not have if you are on the older version. How to upgrade that? You can go to the File option, Options and Settings, then click on the Options button here. Later on, you can see there's a Preview Features option. Some options you'll find here as Preview Features. This is the most important part. Preview Features. Here, whatever new features are being launched by Microsoft Company, that is what you have to upgrade. Okay, every month you have to select this checkbox and click on OK. After you click on OK, you have to restart your Power BI software. Then only these new features will be installed. Similarly, if you are in the Transform Data, I will just click on Transform Data. This will open a Power Query editor, which you will be seeing in the further sections. Now here is the same thing. In Power Query, File menu bar, Options and Settings, Options. Here, as well, you can see the same options will be visible for upgrading new features. That is, Preview Features. Here, you can also add some new features. Once you select all the checked boxes, or as required. Not all. Suppose the Spanish language Q&A. I don't require the Spanish language, so I can deselect that, and I can click on OK and close and apply. So, then it will ask you to close the Power BI software and reopen that, so all the features would be installed. It's a very simple, straightforward process here. But I hope you've understood how to download, install, and upgrade the new features of Power BI. Hello everyone and welcome to this new section in Power BI, where we can see how to create basic charts in Power BI Desktop. So in this section, we'll see how to create 6 basic charts in Power BI and what those charts are. Let me show you. Here you will see how to create a column chart, stacked column chart, pie chart, donut chart, funnel chart, and ribbon chart. These are the 6 charts we'll cover. Now, people might have a question. Is Power BI only a visualization tool? So, the answer is no. Power BI is not only a visualization tool, but it can do much more beyond visualization. And what is that? You can also filter data from the visual. That is, keep only and exclude. Along with that, you can export data from the visual itself. So, suppose you have created some chart. You can filter data and convert it into a CSV format, and then export it into CSV. These are some topics which you'll see in this particular section. Now, let us see how to create a simple column chart in Power BI. The column chart is the most used chart across the world. Everybody uses a column chart. Now, to create a column chart, we have to first get data from some data source. So I can get data. I'll just click on this button here that is known as Get Data in the home menu bar. And if I click on Get Data, these are different data sources from which I can bring data from different data sources. So if I click on this More button, I can show you Power BI. You can import data from 99 plus data sources. 99. So what are those 99? You can get a list of all the data sources in this dialog box here. And what are those 99 data sources? You can see it's given as Excel, CSV, XML, and these are all the list of data sources. So I can just click on this down arrow button and you can see all the data sources here. These are all visible here. So you can import data from Facebook, LinkedIn, you can import from any live website and much more. SQL Server, Oracle, etc. So right now we'll just pick up a simple Excel and click on Connect. The Excel file is kept in some folder, which you can get the link in the description or somewhere at the bottom. So, Sample Superstore file, and I'll just click on this Open button here. Sample Superstore is like your Amazon Flipkart. Whenever you purchase something, a record is generated there. So I'm trying to pick up one sheet from there named as Order Sheet. Okay, I'll just click on this Load button. Since it's clean data, I will just click on this Load button directly. If the data is not clean and you need some changes in that, you can click on Transform Data. So for a few sections, we'll focus only on the Load button here. That means we'll pick up clean data for creating some charts. Later on, in the later sections, you will see how to work on Transform. So now I'll just click on Load button. Once I click on Load, the data is loaded, or you can say linked in Power BI, and it takes time, depending upon the data source, to load the data in Power BI. Now, meanwhile, when it is done, you can see on the right-hand side, there are different panes which are hidden. What are those different panes? We have here Filters pane, Visualization pane, and Fields pane. These are three different panes right now. Those are minimized. Let me maximize those panes. I can click here, I can maximize, and I can maximize here. So these are the three different panes. Let's see how to work on that. Right now, the pane which should be important for us for visualization will be this pane. That's a visualization pane, and I can click on Column Chart here. So here, if you count, you'll be getting approximately 30 plus different charts. I can click on this second chart, which is a stacked column chart. And this blank stacked column chart is created. So when I create this stacked column chart, you can see the options are changed here. Like the options are Axis, Legend, Values, and Tooltip. So my job would be to drag and drop the fields from the right-hand side to this left-hand side here. And to drag the fields, let's say I'll pick up subcategory into Axis. And from here, I'll pick up the sales into Values. So when I drag and drop, you can see a simple column chart is created, and I can see by default all the subcategories. When I say subcategories, I'm trying to say about all these values here. These are sorted based on the descending order of sales. You can see these are descending order of sales given here. So that's a simple column chart. Now in this column chart, definitely in the future, you'll need some formatting like color changes, font size, x-axis, y-axis, different changes might be required. So any formatting, if you need, will be visible into this pane, this button here. So I can click on this button here, and there are different options for formatting. Okay, right from changing color to the cosmetic part, everything. Let's say if I want to increase the size of x-axis, you see this x-axis. It's very small. Binders, copiers, the text is very small and not visible properly. I can go to this x-axis option and I can increase the text size by clicking on this size option here, and you can see the size is increasing gradually. Once my work is done, I can minimize this window here. One more example, if I want to change the title, it is given as sales by subcategory. If I want to change this title, I can go to this title option and I can just change the alignment, middle alignment. I'll change the background as, let's say, dark red color, and the font, let's say, white. And if I scroll down, I can increase the size here. Okay, a very simple cosmetic part. And once I've done, I can just minimize the window, or I can click outside. So I can click outside, and that's a simple column chart created. Now, let's see how to create a stacked column chart. Column chart was done. Let's see a stacked column chart. Very simple and easy. So I'll again click on the same second chart, that is stacked column chart, and expand it a bit over here. Here you can see the fields are there like axis, legend, values, same fields are there. So I can pick up this subcategory, drag and drop into axis. Second, I can pick up sales into values, subcategory sales. And then the legend box is empty right now. So I can pick up here. Let's say region into this legend box. Now when I pick up this legend, that is region into legend, I'm getting 4 different colors over here. You can see these are 4 different colors. I know the screen size is very small. It's not visible properly, so I can just click on this button. That is the focus mode, to zoom it in properly. Now these are the 4 different colors. And what are those colors? You can see this legend will help us to understand. So if I click on West region, you can see all the West region would be highlighted. Again, if I click on South or East or Center, so these are known as stacked column charts. So first of all, I'm comparing all these subcategories. In that comparison, I'm seeing what is the distribution of those subcategories. Now, I think if we bring a label, it would be better that I can see what are the different values. So I can click on this format button here, and somewhere at that bottom, you can see there's a data label. So I can just turn on this data label, and you can see all the places there are some labels which I did. Okay, so these data labels would be useful. If you want to increase the x-axis and y-axis size, we have seen in the previous video how to change that. Now, if I want to come back, I can click on this back to report, and I can just expand this chart here. So that's very simple. And if I don't want filters pane for the time being, I'll just minimize that filter pane. And that's a simple sales by subcategory and region. Let us see how to create a simple pie chart in Power BI Desktop. So here is a pie chart. I will just click on that pie chart, and there is a rule for pie chart. Or I can say best practice. You have to pick up those values which are less than 5. Pick up that column which has less than 5 distinct values. So I have some column named as region. So I'll pick up the region into legend, and I can pick up this sales into values. Sales into values here. So this will give me a simple pie chart. And you can see that's a pie chart given here. On the right hand side, these are the legends which are present here. West, East, Center, and South. I know it's not visible, so I'll just click on the focus mode for the time being. Temporarily, I'll click on focus mode, so this size becomes bigger and I can explain to you better. Now, suppose I go for a presentation, and if I tell them that South region or this particular region, is having 17.05%. So the end user, I have to tell them that this color belongs to south. So the person has to look on the right-hand side for checking what this color belongs to. So I think the best practice would be, why not write here as South region and here as some region name, East, Central, and so on. So that would be a very good practice. Then I can get rid of this legend, which is present here. So this cosmetic part can be done when you click on the Format button here. Click on Format, and first of all, you can go to this detail label. Let me expand this. Now this is known as detail labels. In the previous video, we have seen it is known as data labels. So I'll expand this detail label, and right now the values are visible. Data value and percentage of total. So I can click on that and make it as well all detail labels. So if I click on all detail labels, you can see what things have changed here. I'm getting this West region, I'm getting that South region, the values, and also the percentage. Okay, I'll click on SK. So since I have the values and the names and the detail labels, I think I should remove this legend. Okay, this is known as legend. So to remove legend, I have to click on this off button, and the legend will go away. Now after removing the legend, if you think the size of this detail label should be bigger, you can always go to this detail label, and I'll scroll down, click on this text size, and make it as 14. You can change according to your requirement, no problem. And now I can just click on Back to Report, and you'll see that's a simple pie chart. Now we'll see how to create a simple donut chart in Power BI. If you're a Tableau user or some other BI tool user, you might know that creating a donut chart is difficult in Tableau software, but in Power BI, it is very simple, very easy. So I can click on this donut chart, which you can see on the screen. And in this donut chart, I'll pick up the same thing like region and sales. So I'll drag this region into legend, and I'll pick up sales into values. Now I can just expand this window here, and same story. If I want to remove legend, I can go to this Format tab, deactivate legend option. And if I want to increase size, I can click on Detail Labels and scroll down. I can change the font color to black. I can scroll down and make the text size as, let's say, 14. And it is visible here. Okay, so I think I should also give the name here as West region or East region, something. So let me scroll to the top, and in the label style option, I'll select the option as all detail labels. Okay, that's it. So I've got all the names as well as percentage and the values. So that's it. I hope you've understood how to create a donut chart. Now, let us see how to create a funnel chart in Power BI. There is a ready-made option of creating a funnel chart. I can click on this funnel option. You can see that's a funnel button here. If I click on funnel, and I'll pick up the same thing, let's say subcategory in sales, subcategory into group, and I can pick up sales into values. And if I try to resize it properly, that's a simple funnel chart in Power BI. I can resize like this. Okay, that's a funnel chart. Now, again, the same thing. If you want to change something cosmetic, color, anything, you can go to this Format button. So let's say this time I'll change the blue color to some other different color. So if I click on Format, the changing color will be in data colors. And here, instead of default, I can select this black color. You can see that's a simple funnel chart here. So what it is trying to convey, you can see the bigger size or the bigger width means having higher sales. The lower size, you can see the fasteners will have the lower sales here. And the shape is like a funnel. Therefore, it's known as a funnel chart. Let us see how to create a ribbon chart in Power BI. A ribbon chart is somewhere similar to a Sankey chart, but not exactly the same in terms of shape and fields. Let's see practically. So we have a ready-made ribbon chart over here. And if I click on this ribbon chart, this chart would be created as an empty chart. You can see the layout before we create a chart, how the layout looks like, how the chart will look like. So here are the fields like axis, legend, and values. I'll pick up order date into axis, and if I pick up sales into values, this will create a simple column chart. So this column chart will tell you what the sales are in different years. So I can say 2019 was a good year, whereas 2017 was the worst year in terms of sales. But that's not a ribbon chart. This is a column chart. If you want a ribbon chart, you have to drag something into legend. Okay, let's say now I'll talk about region. So I want to see these are the sales of different years. But which year was more profitable? Or you can see which region was more profitable. So I can pick up region and drag it into legend. Now, this becomes a little complicated in understanding for the first time. Let me click on this focus mode so it becomes a bigger screen. Now, first let's understand what the color is here. The color, if you understand here, these are the legends, and you can see 4 colors are given. Okay, now on the top in 2016 is the purple color, which belongs to the West region. It belongs to the West region. So whichever color is on the top, that is the higher sales. So I can say West region was having higher sales. In 2017, this East region was having higher sales. And then again, West and West. So region-wise, whichever color is on the top, that is having higher sales. So I can say in simple language, it is based on ranking. Now, if I say in 2016, the first rank was West region, second rank was the East region, third rank, South, and fourth one is Central. So Central was having the lowest sales. Now, if you see here, it becomes that first it was West region. Second year it came down, then it was again on the first position. You see, it's on the first position. So based on ranking, you can find out which region was doing better. On the other hand, if I talk about South region was third rank in the first year, and again, the sales were always lower. On the fourth rank itself, you can see everywhere it was fourth rank. So, ribbon chart is somewhere based on showing the ranking of the categories or regions across different years. So if you ask me more specifically, in the x-axis, we usually put here as time frame, let's say year, or I can see as dates, time, etc. This timeline format here. And that's a simple ribbon chart. Now, if you want to add some labels, we can go to this format button. And here we have the data label. I can make it as on. By looking at the data label as well, you can figure out whether it is correct or not. So if I show you here, the last year, the sales were on 0.25 million, then 0.21, and then 0.15. So if you see the sales are decreasing, that means whatever is on the top will have the higher sales. Whatever is at the bottom will have the lower sales or lower ranking. Okay, that's simple. I can just click on Back to Report. That's it. I hope you have understood how to create a simple ribbon chart in Power BI. In this video, we'll see how to create a map in Power BI. To create a map, you need some geographical data types like country, city, state, postal code, latitude, longitude, etc. If you have this kind of geographical data type, then you can easily create a map. We have loaded a sample Superstore file which already has some of these fields. So with the help of those columns, I'll be creating a map here, a simple map. Here I'll create a map for the United States where I'll be showing you how the profit is distributed in different states in the US. So, I've already loaded the sample Superstore, as you can see in the previous video. Now I can just click on this map here. There are different types of maps, so I'll just click on this map. And here you can see that these are the different fields which I can show you here. So, I have this location, legend, latitude, longitude, and size. Many options are there. Only one thing I can do. I can pick up one column named as state, drag it, and drop it into location. And you can see a simple map of the United States is created here. That's a simple US map here. Sometimes you might not get a map. I'll tell you why. I'll just drag the state here. Now I can drop sales into the size option. You can see the size of the bubble has increased at some places, and some places it is very small. So the bigger the size, the higher the sales. If I keep my cursor here, it's on California, and you can see the sales is how much 4, 5, 7, 6, 8, 7. And if I keep my cursor on the smaller place, you can see the sales are lower in amount. So size will tell you how much sales is in that location. Now, if you want, you can also add some legend. Let's say I can pick up region and put it into this legend. And this will tell you that there are 4 different regions in the US. So what are those 4 regions? You can see on the top, we have Central, East, South, and West. These 4 regions. And the colors are also given here. Okay, you can see separate colors are given for those regions. So this way, you can create a simple map in Power BI. Nothing difficult in this. I was trying to tell you sometimes you might get an error if you try to drag and drop the column names should be state, city, country, PIN code, postal code. So if the column name is something different, for example, a state column, if you give some name as state 25, state 35, you may not get the map. So I've selected this state column, and you can see on the right-hand side. And in this column tools, if you see the data category, if I click on this drop-down, you have to select the appropriate option from there. So if it is a country, you have to select country. If it is a postal code, you select that postal code. These are the data types you should define if the column names are not like state, country, city, and so on. Okay, but that's very simple. I hope you have understood how to create a simple map in Power BI. In this video, we'll see how to create a simple field map. The earlier one was a symbol map where you are getting some bubbles or circles over there. But in this video, we'll see how to create a field map. Field map is very interesting when you can see that map and it conveys information better. So this is the field map. Just click on this field map and I can resize that. Now, same fields I'll be using here, states and sales. So I'll just pick up this state and from here, drag and drop it into location. The next one I'll pick up here. This time, I'll pick up profit, drag profit, and put it into legend. Okay, so you can see what will happen here. This will be the name of all the states. Or I can say the area has been filled with those states and the colors are different. So you can see different states are having different colors based on profit. This should not be appropriate when you go for a presentation. So I think I should remove this numerical column. That is profit from legend. I'll remove that and I can pick up region. I can drag region into this legend and you can see there are 4 regions in the United States. So it is given 4 different colors. I can say 4 partitions to those states. If you think you want to give each state a different color, you have to put into legend. So I'll remove this region and I can drag this state into legend. And you can see different states are given different colors. How do you check? You can see on the top, different states are having specific different colors. So I don't think this would be useful. So better, you can put region into the legend part here. And you can see behind the name of the states, also visible here, when I keep my cursor on any state. You can see the name of the state. Also visible here, when I keep my cursor on any state, you can see the name of the state and the region of the state is given. For example, Washington, West. Here, if I keep my cursor on California, West. Suppose if you want to see the profit in that state, you can drag this profit and drop it into the tooltip. So, tooltip is this small black screen window, which you can see on the screen. For example, for the state California, the region is West, and the profit is $76,318. That's very simple and easy to create a field map. Let's see how to create a map with a pie chart. This combines two different chart types, a map and a pie chart. Unlike in Tableau, where the process is more complicated, in Power BI, the steps are simpler. First, I'll create a simple map by dragging state into the location. Optionally, I can drag profit into the size, or leave it as it is. Next, if I drag region into the legend, we'll see 4 different colors representing 4 regions: Central, East, South, and West. Now I'll go back and increase the size. In the Format window, I'll find the Bubbles option and increase the size to make it more visible. If I remove Region, all areas will be displayed in blue. This time, I want to see the category-wise distribution in each state. So I'll drag Category into the legend, creating a map with a pie chart. Behind the scenes, there's a map, and on the front end, there's a pie chart. The colors represent different categories: furniture, office supplies, and technology. Some states have only one category, while others have a mix. I can also add sales into the size. Bigger sizes indicate higher sales, while smaller sizes indicate lower sales. When I drag sales into the size, the distribution changes. You'll notice that the angle of distribution are the same when only the category is considered. But when sales are factored in, the distribution changes based on the sales figures. You can zoom in and out using double-click or the mouse scroll bar. To summarize, I created the map by selecting State for location, Category for legend, and Sales for size. Then I adjusted the bubble size in the format settings. I hope this helps you understand how to create a simple map with a pie chart in Power BI. Let us see how to format a map. First of all, I'll create a map. Drag the state and sales fields onto the map. If you observe, the map is very simple with nothing fancy about it. Simple circles or bubbles are given, and the size is changing based on the sales. Now suppose I want to do some formatting like changing the background color or height. I can use the Format option. Click on the Format button, and there are a variety of options you can play with for formatting. Let's start with data colors. Carefully observe that everywhere the default color is blue. If you want, you can click on this default blue color and choose some other color. You can keep on modifying the colors. Additionally, you can click on Show All and change the color for each particular state. For example, if I want to change the color of California to a dark red, I can select California and choose the desired color. The next thing is category. If I enable this option, you can see all the names of states are given. You can modify the font color, size, and background of the state names. It's straightforward to work on the formatting part in Power BI. Another option is the Bubbles option. You can increase or decrease the size of bubbles. If labels are obstructing the view, you can disable the label option. There are also map controls available. You can double-click on a place to zoom in. Zoom in buttons are also provided for convenience. You can also enable a border and adjust the border rounding. When formatting the map, make sure to click on the map first and then go to the Format option. You can change the title by clicking on the title option. For example, you can rename it as Sales by State in USA. You can format the title by selecting alignment, background color, font color, and size. The background option allows you to choose a background color. For example, you can select a black background, which makes an impact when displaying information. You can also format the tooltip. For instance, you can change the label color to black and the value color to white. This will ensure that the values are visible against a black background. These are some basic options for formatting a map in Power BI. Let us see how to change a background in a map. First of all, I'll create a map here. The same map for the statewide sales. I'm doing it again, so that you find it easy or practice, maybe by watching at least. So this is statewide sales. And what I'm trying to say is the blue color background, which you see, I want to change that background here. This blue color background and this blue color background, or this white color area. How do I change it? I have to go to the format option. By the way, if I click outside, suppose if I click on format, you can see there are so many options available. In case if I click outside and if I click on format, the option should be different. Okay, so remember where you need to click, and then you have to click on format. So if you click outside and if you click on format, the options would be different, like page information, page size, etc. So make sure you click inside the map and then click on format, and then you'll be getting all these options related to map. So coming to the topic here, how to change the background, I can go to this map styles option, and here if I scroll down, you can see these are the different themes which are available. So right now the theme is road. So if I select the option aerial, see what happens. You see? So this is an aerial view of a map. Again, if I click and select the option dark, you see that's dark. Let me make it full screen. You can see that's dark. Again, if I click, I'll select light option. Or if I select grayscale, I can select road. These are 5 options which are present by default in Power BI for changing the map styles. So whichever you think is useful, you can keep that particular background or a theme over here. Right, so that's it. I hope you have understood how to change the background in a map. Welcome back to the newest section on tables and metrics in Power BI. Till now, we have seen how to create basic charts. We have seen a few maps on how to create, but sometimes you also want to show data in a tabular format. So we have 2 options here. One is table and one is metrics. So what are the videos and what are the topics we'll see in this section? A few videos related to table, and these are the topics here. We'll see how to create a simple table. We'll format the table and work on conditional formatting in a table. Conditional formatting. You might have heard the name in Excel and Tableau, and in the same way, we can see conditional formatting in table. Later on, we'll see some aggregations, how to change like some average, minimum, maximum, those kind of aggregations. Similarly, we'll see some topics related to matrix, especially how to create a matrix, how to work on conditional formatting in matrix, and automatic hierarchy is a topic which is very important in matrix. Later on, after doing that general topic, we can see how to create a subtotal, grand total, and also the number formatting in matrix. So these topics are there in the section total 8 videos. So let us see how to create a simple table in Power BI. So to create a table, you have to click on this small button here named as table. And I'll just resize it properly. So in this table, I'll create a table for subcategory, but I can show you sales profit and quantity. So when I do that, you can observe I have only one field or one section where I can drag and drop. Not like in the previous videos, for each chart, we had different sections like axis values, tooltip, etc. But here, only one section is there, named as value. So anything you want to do, just drag and drop into values. So I'll drag subcategory into values. I'll pick up sales into values profit, into values, and quantity into value. So the way I keep on drag and drop a table is created here. You can see that's a simple table now. When if you're watching this on your mobile phone or on a low quality, the text size won't be visible properly. So if you want to increase the text size, we have different methods which I'll show you in the next video. But before that, if you want to sort this quantity column in ascending or descending order, you can click on the column heading like this, and you can see the quantity is sorted in descending order. The same way if you want sales in descending order. So I can click on this sales column heading and it is sorted in descending order. If you want to sort subcategory into alphabetical order, I can just click on this button and you can see alphabetical order ascending order. So you can keep on clicking to change the order. Here, ascending or descending. So that's very simple to create a table. If you want to remove any field, you can click on this cross button and that field would be remote here. And if you want to drag and drop again, you can just pick up that field. Let's say profit into this quantity. Okay, that's it. Very simple. So that's how to create a simple table in Power BI. So let us see how to format a table. In the previous video, we have seen how to create a simple table here. So what I'll do is I will not create a new table. I'll just simply copy this table. Right click, copy visual, and I can go to the next sheet or the next page, and I can just click on this paste button here, and that table would be pasted. So let's see how to format this particular table. When I say formatting, again, the same thing. Cosmetic part, increase the size, change the background, add a title, etc. So first of all, I'll increase the size. Very important. So as I said, if you're watching this on your mobile phone or on a very low quality on YouTube or somewhere, the size would be very small. It is not properly visible. So select the table and click on the Format button. And here you can see the Values option is there. So you have to select the values. And when you scroll down, somewhere you can see there's a text size. So I'll make the text size as 15, and you can see the size of these values has increased. Okay, so if I change the values to 20, you can see the size of these values have changed. One thing, if you notice, the heading size has not changed. It is still the same. So let's increase the heading size. First of all, I'll just scroll up, minimize these values, and you can see there's a separate section, column headers. Click on column headers and I can scroll down to increase the size to 20. And you can see now the size has increased. So increasing the size from here, I'll scroll on the top again and you can see there's a grid option. So in this grid option, there are different options here like vertical grid, horizontal grid, etc. So if I enable this vertical grid, a small thin line is inserted vertically. Okay, small thin line. So I can increase the thickness and you can see the vertical divider would be there. Okay, vertical divider. So I think the color, if I make it as black, it would be more visible properly. So you can see now that it is known as a vertical grid or grid line. And I can also make or bring the horizontal grid line by changing the color. And you can see that's a horizontal grid line. It doesn't look good, so I'll make it as off. So like this, you can find out many options there, but I'll give you a quick method where you can format your entire table quickly within seconds. So the option is in the style. You can go to style. Right now it's default style, so you can choose some different styles. Let's say none. If you make it none, it will be simple plain black. If I select minimal, you can see some small style is given. Very light one where only a blue line is given at the back end. So bold header. One more. I'll change one more flashy rows. Border flashy something. So you can see there are different options you can play with. So it will save a lot of time. These are ready-made templates or styles which are given and you can choose according to your requirement. Okay, so I can minimize that. So also, there are different options I'll ask you to try to Google out and play with this option. They are very simple. Cosmetic part. Let's see how to add a title. So I can click on the title here, and in this title option, I can write something. Let's say, measures about subcategory. Measures about subcategory. This is the title, which is very small. In fact, not even visible properly. So I'll just try to increase the size, background, etc. alignment. Middle alignment, size. I'll increase it a bit. Background, I'll give something so it is properly visible, and font color, I'll make it as white. Okay, so that's the title. I know it's very small, but you can try to play with that and you'll get a proper one. So that's it. I hope you have understood how to work on basic formatting in a table in Power BI. Let us see how to work on conditional formatting in a table. You might have heard this term in Excel, conditional format. So same features have been copied from Excel to Power BI. Let us see that practically. First of all, I'll create a simple table. I'll click on Table, resize it properly, and here I'll try to insert subcategory, Sales, Profit, Quantity. I'll add 3 numerical columns and 1 textual column. I'll quickly go to Format and increase the size and values. Scroll down and increase the size. I'm doing it a bit faster because we've done this in the previous video. And in the column headers, I can increase the size of column headers to 18. So now we start the conditional formatting in tables in Power BI. So in the Format section, at the bottom, if you see, there's a conditional format. I'll scroll down and right, so I can just zoom it in for the time being and show you what are the different options we have in this conditional formatting. These are the different options like background color, font color, icons, and web URL. So let's start with one of them. Conditional formatting can be applied to a numerical column. So if I click on this drop-down, these are the columns which are in the table. So let's say if I select sales and for sales, I want to apply a background color. So I'll just enable this background color. And if I show you on this place, the background color is applied to the sales column. What is it trying to convey? If the value is higher, or it is bigger value, so the sales are higher, the background would be dark blue color. Sales are lower, it will be a light blue. For example, this one. If I sort in descending order, you'll find it very easy to understand. And you can see the dark color has been getting lighter and lighter at the bottom. So I'll just keep it as it is. Same way, if I want to apply conditional formatting on profit, I'll select profit and apply the background color the same way. But I will not apply background color. I'll make it off. For the profit column, I'll select font color. So I'll enable this font color and same story. If the profit is higher, the font color would be a darker blue color. This blue color we can change, no problem. We'll see that very soon. In the same way, I'll just select now quantity. So if I select quantity from here, I can apply here data bars. So background color we have seen. Font color we have seen. I'll select the option data bars for quantity column. And if I increase the size, now if I sort this quantity column in descending order, you can see the bigger quantity will have bigger column size inside that cell. Inside that cell, it will have bigger size. That is what you call as data bars. If you know Excel, you might find it very familiar, very easy. So I'll go to one more column. Let's say profit, and I'll disable this font color. It doesn't look that good. Font color. And if I scroll down, I have this icon. I can apply different icons on those profit columns. So if I click on this icon, you can see different types of icons are visible. When I say different, I think 3 are there, no more than that. If I sort the profit column in descending order, you can see there's a green color on the top for higher profit, the up arrow triangle for the average profit, and lower profit. Some different icons given. When I go for a presentation, people won't understand that easily. So I need to customize the icons depending upon my requirement. So below this icon section, if you see, there's an advanced control option. Okay, below every option, you'll get that advanced control. So I'll click on this advanced control button, and a pop-up window will come here. This pop-up window is like in your Excel. So I want you to spend or pause the video for 1 second and read or see this option. If the value is greater than or equal to 0 or less than or equal to 33, the icon should be, I can say, the down arrow, or I can show the profit is very low. And that also in some different color, red color. So if the profit is average, I'll make it as somewhere like this yellow color. And if the profit is higher, I'll pick up the green up arrow key. Try to find out. Yes, so I'm trying to add those. I can customize anything and everything here. So it's the same in Excel. And if you want to add a new rule, you can also click on this button, New Rule. And one extra condition you can define. New rule, and I can add one more rule here. So I think not required. So I'll just click on Delete button and click on. So now at the back end, the higher profit will have up arrow, the average profit, middle arrow, and the lower profit, down arrow. Now, what is the beauty of this conditional formatting? Suppose tomorrow, if the data changes, data updates, deletes, modifies, or value increases, decreases, these icons will automatically change. Okay, these icons will change. So if the sales have increased or profit has increased, this conditional formatting will automatically change. That's the best part of conditional formatting. So very simple. There's one more conditional formatting, which is web URL, which I'll show you in the coming videos. Web URL. Okay, but for the time being, I hope you've understood how to work on conditional formatting in a table. Let us see how to work on aggregations in a table. When I say aggregations, if I want to change from sum to count, average, minimum, maximum, etc., all these options, how do I work on that? So, no need to write any calculation. Simply button clicks and you'll get the answer. So I'll create a simple table again, resize it, and try to put their subcategory. Either I can put here or input the table, profit, sales, and quantity. So that's a simple table I've created. I'll increase the size quickly. Values and sizes at the bottom. I'll make it as 80. Now I was talking about aggregation. When you select the table and go to this field section, when I say field, I'm mentioning this option here, field. This is format, okay? So field section. And suppose I want average of profit. You can click on this small drop-down button here, and you can see these are different aggregations. So by default, the aggregation would be sum. But if you want, you can select average, minimum, maximum, and so on. Count distinct, and count. There are other options also, like standard deviation and all. Suppose I select the option average, and you can see I'll be getting average of profit in that column. So average of profit, highest is for copies, which is 817.91. Same way, if I select sales, and I can select the option as maximum. Maximum sales is for subcategory named as machines. You can see machine is having maximum of sales. And in the same way, you can change for quantity. One more thing. Apart from this normal aggregation, suppose if you want the percentage as well. So I'll drag profit one more time into this table. So this column is sum of profit. And this column is average of profit. Okay, there are two profits. One is sum, second is average. I want to convert this last column into percentage. So I can click on this drop down, show value as, and there's an option. Percentage of total, percentage of grand total. So when I click here, I can see the percentage distribution of those subcategories. When I sort in descending order, I can tell you that maximum profit we are getting from copies. Second maximum is from phones. And the lowest profit we have received are from these three subcategories, which are negative. In fact, supplies, bookcases, and tables. So quickly you can find out the percentage distribution in tables. Okay, very simple here. So that's it. I hope you have understood how to work on aggregations in a table. Let us see how to create a simple matrix in Power BI. First of all, why do we need a matrix? Let me show an example here. So if I click on table, and if I bring here subcategory and region, okay, I'll resize it. Subcategory, region, and sales. So if you observe, there are 4 regions. Let me quickly increase the size. Now every time I have to increase the size, it is difficult. I'll give you a quick method. I can go to the View tab, click on this drop down, and customize current theme. Click on text, and I'll increase the size as 18. So when I click on the Apply button here, the size of all the pages, all the sheets would be increased. Okay, in one click, so every time in every video, I don't have to show that. Just one method in the View tab. Themes. I can change the theme size or the text size with it. Now I'm showing you why we need a matrix. First of all, here I have the subcategory, region, and sales. Carefully observe. Each subcategory is repeated 4 times because there are 4 regions, and it is trying to show sales for 4 values. So to see that, I have to scroll down for each subcategory, which is difficult. This is one dimension. I can say as 1D. So if I want in 2 directions, that means I want row heading as well as column heading. So I have to create a matrix. So if you want to convert this table into matrix, simply select the table and click on this matrix button. And you can see now, I'm not getting those 4 times the accessories. I'm only getting 1 time. But in the row-wise, I'm getting sales for those different regions here. This is more readable, much more readable as compared to the table. Okay, so how did I create? I'll show you that again. So table to matrix is very easy. But suppose if you want to create from scratch, click on this matrix button. And one thing, if you observe here, we have some different options here. Rows, columns, and values. When it was a simple table, we only had values. When I click on this table option, you can see only values are there. So when I select this matrix option, different values, different sections are there. So I want subcategory into rows, regions, and columns. And I'll put sales into values. So this way, matrix is created. I have row headings, which are row headings, and these are the column headings. So to read or to present, this is much better than scrolling down in tables. Okay, very simple here. So I hope you've understood how to work or how to create a matrix in Power BI. So, we'll see how to work on conditional formatting in a matrix in Power BI. Conditional formatting is the same as what we have seen in the table in the previous video. But let us see in the matrix, how does that look like? So I'll just copy the same table or same matrix, copy visual, and I can go to that new sheet and paste it here. Now I can go to this Format tab, and somewhere at the bottom, there's a conditional formatting. So I'll click on conditional formatting, and you can see we have the same options like sales, and I'll select the option data bars. So I'm getting the data bars for each section here, okay? Each region I'm getting here. Now, I can sort the column based on ascending or descending order over here, okay? So I don't have the option here. I can just sort it based on total option here. So based on total, you can see where I'm getting maximum sales in which region. Now, if you want to change the color or change the bar or something, you can go to the Advanced Control button and you can see this window will come here. So first of all, I can change the color to something else. Let's say this color here. Or maybe I can select some other color and click on OK. So you can see these colors will change at the back end. Now, one thing, if I go back, remove the sales and put profit, I'll drag profit into values. So again, I'll go to this format, conditional formatting. For this profit, if I select data bars, now you can see some places the profit is positive, or some places there is a negative profit. So if you want to change the color for profit, positive and negative, you can see light blue color. It's not visible. You can see light blue color negative here. So I can click on Advanced Control. For negative, I'll give red color, and for positive, I'll give some green or black color here. When I click on OK, you can see wherever the profit is negative or there's a loss, it's in the red color. And profitable items or the subcategories are in this color here. You can quickly find out based on the color itself. Now, again, if I click on Advanced Control button, you can see it's difficult for a person to read what is the value given behind the bar. So if you want, you can disable that bar. I can click on this checkbox, Show Bar Only. So the values will go away. So when I click on OK, you can see there are no values. Only bars are given. OK, the length of the bar will tell you how much the profit is. Is the profit higher or lower? The smaller the size of length will have lower profit. If you do not want, you can always click on these data bars. In the same way, we have some icons. I can click on Icons, Advanced Control, and you can change the order, or you can change the icon here as well. So I can scroll down and choose some different icons, the arrow icons, and click on OK. And you can see different icons. Quickly, you can get a snapshot, and you can find out that furnishings in Central Region have the loss. They don't have a profit, not so profitable. So it's a very quick method, also known as KPIs, in Power BI. These are also known as KPIs, Key Performance Indicators. Okay, so I hope you have understood how to work on conditional formatting in a matrix. Let us see a new topic in the matrix. That is hierarchies. Hierarchies are used to display more information in less space. Let us see what I mean to say practically. First of all, I'll create a matrix here. By the way, hierarchies can only be created in matrices or matrix. Some people call it a matrice or matrix. So, I'll pick up here one category and sales into values. And below that category, I'll put one more field as subcategory. So when I do that, I cannot see any change on the screen except this small plus button. You can see there is a small plus button which is visible. Suppose I delete that. The plus button will go away. Plus is nothing but the expand button here. So let me drag subcategory below that category again. And now there's a small plus button. Suppose if you want to see details about furniture, that how come the value 741,999 came. So you can click on that plus button. And then you can see the distribution of furniture based on bookcases, chairs, and so on. If you do not want, you can click on that minus button. Again, if you click on technology, you can see the distribution. So I did not do anything. I just drag and drop two random fields, and I've got the answer. Now, Suppose if you don't want subcategory, I'll remove that subcategory. And if I pick up here, region into rows, below that category option, and now if I expand this furniture, in which region, how much were the sales done? You can see those distribution. Hierarchies can be created for any fields quickly by simply drag and drop. You don't have to do any advanced calculations in that. So this is one thing, and you can keep on adding the fields. Let's say if I add one more field, segment into these rows, and I can click on this plus sign and click on that plus sign, and I can see all the details in that. You can add as many fields as you want. Sometimes you quickly want to see everything, so you can click on this button here, expand all one level in the hierarchy. So if I click on this button here, I can show you all the hierarchies here. Again, if you want to come back, you can click on this drill up button. Again, drill up, and again, you can click on this fourth button to go to the detail option there. Okay, so again, I'll come back. Come back on this place. Yes. Now, one more thing here. Suppose I'm in category. You can see the sales for category. Now, suppose if I want to go for the next level is, let's say, region. So if you want to go to region, you have to click on this button. Okay, so I'll click on this button, the third button, and I can see I'm getting region sales. Again, if you click on that button, you'll be getting that segment sales. So if you keep on clicking on this button, you'll go to next level of that hierarchy. So this was for only rows. Suppose if you want for columns, that is also possible. So if I click up, now I'll create one hierarchy for, let's say, order date. If I drag the order date into columns and a little bit expanding this way, so you can see in the column headings, I have years 2016 to 2019. So these four options, which are drill up, drill down, will only work for rows or columns one at a time. Okay, so you have to select that option. Now, this time I want the drill up and drill down for column section. So if I click on columns, there are some ready-made hierarchies created for order dates, like year, quarter, month, and day. Because here you can see there is a drop-down which is already created. Now I will select columns. If I click on this fourth button, columns will give me the years option as well as quarters. So again, if you click on this fourth button, you'll get years, quarters, and the month option. So you can go up and go down and drill up and drill down. That's what it is. Okay, so hierarchies are very simple in Matrix in Power BI. You don't have too much. Simply drag and drop, drag and drop. And rest, all I would expect you to explore more. This would be very useful when we create a report or a dashboard. Okay, that time it will be very useful. So that's it for the time being. I hope you've understood how to create hierarchies in Matrix. Let us see how to work on subtotal and total matrix. I'll first create a matrix over here for subcategory into rows, and maybe category above subcategory, sales into values, a simple matrix here, and try to expand it. So if you see, I have at the bottom, that's a grand total. Okay, that's a total option. And if I click on this fourth button, it will show me all the values. That means it will show me furniture and these subcategories, office supplies, and the subcategory resource. So that's it. Now, if I want to hide or show subtotal, if I want to format the subtotal or totals, I can go to this format option. First, I'll show you subtotal. Click on subtotal, and I have this row subtotal. It is on. If I make it as off, see what happens. I'm not getting a subtotal here. You can see these values which have been blank right now. That has been disabled. If you want that, you can just click on that button and it will be visible here. Now, if I scroll at the bottom again, if I make it off, you can see the total option has also gone away. So I can just click on this. And if I want to format that, I can select the option as font color, make some different color here so it is easily recognized. And the background color, I can change it to something different. Let's say black color. So this is how I can format the subtotal here. And if I want to apply the same labels, same to the labels, I can click on Apply to Labels. And this is the subtotal which I'm getting here. Subtotal up. Now the total option is grayed out. Okay, when I keep my cursor, I can see the values 2.29. See, in a sense, a small tooltip is there, but nothing is given there. So this value is actually a total value. So it is not a subtotal. I have to minimize that subtotal and click on Grand Total option here. In Grand Total, the font color, I'll make it as white. So you can see this Grand Total. This is a separate option. Okay, so Grand Total is the last one, and Subtotal is in between everywhere. Okay, that's the option here. And same way, Apply to Label. So I can tell you that white color is for totals, white font color, and red font color is for the subtotal, and black font color is for the exact values over there. Okay, and you can play with the formatting part itself. That's very simple and very easy. So I've shown you only for the rows. You can also work for the column section. Different subtotals and column totals you can get. Okay, so that's it. I hope you've understood how to work on subtotal and total in Matrix in Power BI. Let us see how to work on number formatting in tables and matrices. Number formatting is very important and useful. So let us see practically how to work on that. First of all, I'll create a simple table for subcategory sales, profit, and quantity. So, I've selected these three measures and one dimension. That is subcategory. Now, if you observe, the sales column is a decimal value, the profit column is a whole number, and the quantity is a whole number. Suppose this sales column. If you want to convert it into a whole number, you can select the sales column from the right-hand side pane. When you click on this pane, you will get a Column Tools tab. This tab will only be visible if you have upgraded the version. I'm using the latest version, which is the May 2020 version. So here, the Column Tools tab is given. If you have the previous version, you can see in the description or somewhere, you'll find a link on how to upgrade the version and how to enable this window. Right now, it's a decimal number. If you want to convert it into a whole number, you have to click on this decimal option. That is the data type, and select the option Whole Number. The moment you click, it will ask you if you want to change it. I'll say yes, and this column would be converted to a whole number. That's very simple here. Now, in the second number formatting would be if you want to add some decimal, like thousands, millions, billions. So you can go to the Format tab here, and here, somewhere at the bottom, you can see Field Formatting. So I'll just click on Field Formatting. Scroll down here. I have to select the option, that is the sales. Here, Display Units is given as none. I can select the option as thousands, millions, billions. Let's say I'll go with thousands first. and you can see the values have changed to thousands here. 330.047. Now, this decimal is again a bit disturbing. So I can go to value decimal, format places, and make it as 0. Okay, so I've typed here as 0, and it will round up the numbers. Same way for the profit column, if you want to change it to thousands as decimal. So I'll select profit from here, and I'll select the option as thousands. Okay, so this way, you can get in decimal formats whichever we want. Apart from that, related to number formattings, like if you want to change the size or bold italic, those options will be available in the format itself. The same applies for the matrix as well. Nothing different. I'll just convert this into matrix format. And this is a matrix right now. Since I've clicked on this matrix, and I'll add something, let's say region into columns. Okay, region into columns. So here, if I want to change anything, I have to go to this format option. And same, I'll find the option here as field formatting. And this is sales. So I'll select quantity this time and display it in 1,000. Okay, so options are the same, either for table or for matrices. But this is the way you can change data type and field formatting. So that's it. I hope you've understood how to work on number formatting. Welcome back to this new section on cards and filters. Now slowly, gradually, we are coming to some advanced levels of visuals. The basic charts we've covered slowly, gradually. Now, what are cards and filters? These are very important. Again, the same thing, indicators. Cards are nothing but indicators giving you only the values. So it can be text, it can be a date, or numbers. Also, we'll see how to work on different filters. So I've divided this section into smaller videos. Each topic I'll explain in detail. And what are those videos? I can show you here. So we have 4 videos on cards. We'll see how to work on number card, text card, date card, and multi-row card. Later on, along with that, side by side, we'll see how to work on filter options. These are 4 different types of filters. There are many filters which we'll see. But right now, as a beginner, there are 4 different filters we'll see. Filters on visuals, on page, on all the pages, and how to drill through. So these are the topics. Total 8 videos in this section. Let us see how to work on a number card. So there is no number cards kind of concept in Power BI. There is only a card concept. You can create a simple card. So I've just given this name as number card, text card, and date card separately. I can show you different examples here. Let us see a number card, how to create that. And then I'll tell you what is the use. So I can just click on this 1, 2, 3 next to a gauge chart, which is a card over here. And I'll just try to align it properly. And I'll put here sales. Either you drag and drop into this field option, or you drag and drop it here. So that's a simple card over here. Again, I'll click outside. Make sure you click outside. And again, click on 1, 2, 3. I'll create 3 cards. So first one for sales, second for profit, and again, I'll click outside. Click on this card and drag the quantity into that card. So I'm only dragging numbers, numerical columns like sales, profit, quantity, not the textual columns like region, state. That I'll do in the next video. So, what is it trying to say? It is trying to give you the total value. Okay, total sales is $2.3 million. Total profit is $286,000. quantity is 38,000. Okay, so these are, like, again, indicators which will give you what are the values going on, total values. So right now, you might have seen some dashboards on coronavirus. What are the total number of cases? What are the active cases? What are the fertility rates? So these numbers will be given on the top and at the bottom. They'll give you some charts, maybe a line chart or a map or something. So consider this as indicators over there. Now they work very simply. They are very simple to watch, but they are very useful. How? I will create some map or some table over here. Let me just create a map. I'll click here and click on this map button. And I can just drag here state into location and sales into values or size. You've seen how to create a map in the previous video. So here I would just try to increase the size so it looks a bit better. Bubbles, I'll increase size here. Yeah, so that's a map here. Okay, now let me try to move it on the right hand side. You can ignore the alignment part. That is very simple. I can do it for you. Yes, so these are the sales, quantity, discount. Now if I keep my cursor here, this is what California. Let me also add some labels over here. I'll go to Format and select the option as labels, category labels. So now, if I click on California, carefully observe, if I click on this California, you are able to see the sales, quantity, and discounts for California. Okay, that's the sales for California, quantity and profit. If I click on some other state, let's say if I click on Florida, you can see all the values in that card will change. You see all the values are changed. I've not done anything. I haven't done any linking. By default, all the cards, all the charts in that page are linked together. Okay, these are default properties. If you want, you can break the relation as well, which we'll see in the coming section, coming videos. But it's very simple and easy to use this card option. Okay, not only map, you can create any chart. Any chart. So let's say I'll create a table here and try to bring a simple value here. So I'll drag subcategory and I'll drag sales. That's it. Subcategory, sales. Suppose if I click on accessories, one subcategory, you can see the value will change here. Okay, if I click on these accessories, which is 167,380, that's the sales. And same, I'm getting on the top. This value is just to show whether the values are correct or not. If I click on binders, the sales for binders is 203,000. So that is 203,000. Okay, all the values will be given. So this is how we work on a number card. Very simple. If you want to change the formatting and everything, you can always change that. Like I'll select this 2.3 and I'll go to this format. Usually we require borders for those. Okay, select those, apply borders. It looks better. So using borders, you can properly align them. You see how neat and clean they are. If you want, you can round up the borders, go to Format, and I can get to this borders option. Scroll down, and I can just round the borders a bit fancier. Nothing else. Select that and make it border case. This way, you can also round the borders. It looks better. That's it. I hope you've understood how to create a simple number card in Power BI. Now you have seen how to create a number card. Okay, if you have not seen the video, please see that video and come back. This is a topic where I'll show you how to create a card for text. When I say text, it can be anything. It can be subcategory, category, region, city, state, anything. So let's see how to create a text card. First, I'll create a card. Click outside and click on this 1, 2, 3, which is a card, and resize it properly. Here I can drag subcategory and drop it into that card. So you can see it's giving me accessories, and below that, accessories is written. It is telling you what is the first subcategory. So the first subcategory means alphabetical order-wise. Okay, alphabetical. So A to Z. The first is accessories. One more I'll create. I'll click in this 1, 2, 3 and resize it properly. And again, if I drag subcategory, it will also give the same, which is the first subcategory. But suppose if you want the last subcategory in terms of alphabetical order-wise descending. So select that card and you can click on this small button here and select last. So first one is by default selected. If you click on list, what is the last subcategory? It's tables. Okay, alphabet T, tables. And you can work on that. You can change something if you want. You can click on this drop down and select count. So if you click on count, you'll be getting what are the time subcategories and repeat it. 9994. So the entire data is 9994. So these are the number of records. If I click on this button, I can select the option count listing. This is very important. If I click on count listing, this will tell me what are the unique subcategories in that column. Unique subcategories. There are 17 unique subcategories in that database. Okay, 17. That's a simple one. But this is not so useful when it comes to creating some visual or dashboard. You don't usually get a subcategory by alphabetical order. So I think I'll just click remove. I'll click and remove. So what I can do is I can show you which is the highest selling subcategory, highest profitable, and highest quantity subcategory. So for that, we have to do some small exercise. And then we'll come back here. Okay, I'll create a new page. Right click, and maybe I can click on this new page here. Drag this page here, and I can just click on this small table and create here subcategory, sales, profit, and quantity. So 4 columns. I'm done. So this, we are preparing a base for creating a card. Now, what is the highest selling subcategory? I'll click on this sort button and it's given as phones, 33007, which is phones. So I'll click in this notepad. I'll write in this place, which is for highest selling, which is the highest profitable. So I can click on this heading and it will tell me copies is the highest profitable. I'll write here in the notepad as copies, which is having the highest quantity. I can just click on this descending order. It's 5974. Binders. Okay, so these are the 3 highest selling, highest profitable, and highest quantity. It was easy when you have a table. But sometimes if you do not have a table and you have very limited space and the client or the end user wants the answer quickly, you can create a text card. Now comes the text card. So I'll create here a text card. I mean a simple card, and drag subcategory into that box. Okay, subcategory into that box. So as we have seen, it is giving the alphabetical order. First one, I'll expand this filter section. In this filter section, and here, there are 3 filters. Filter on visual, filters on this page, and filter on all pages. We have a detailed video in the coming videos here. So right now, I'll be talking about this option, which is filter on the visual. Okay, so carefully observe. What I'll do is, my output is expected. What is the highest selling subcategory? So you have to do one thing. I have to drag this subcategory, this particular subcategory, and drop it into this box here. Okay? So you see, I'll just drag subcategory and drop it into this box. Why am I doing that? I'll tell you. When you drag and drop it, it will expand. You see, I have the second subcategory. Click on this small drop-down button and click on this small button here and select top N. These are, again, sub-filters. So if I select the option top N, I'm looking for only top one, sales. I am dragging and dropping sales into this box. So what I've done is drag subcategory, select from here top N, type here as 1, and by value is descend. The moment I click on apply, you see, when I click on apply, this value has changed, and it is giving me as follows. Why phones? Because here, if you see, the highest selling subcategory is what? Phones. In the same way, I'll show you how to find out the highest profitable and highest quantity. So I'll do it 2 more times, and you can understand properly. Let me move it aside, and here I'll click again outside. Click on this text card. Drag subcategory into fields, alphabetical order. Drag subcategory into this box. From here, I'll select top N, because I want the top item, top one. And drag profit into this box, because I want top one subcategory. When I click on apply, you can see that's the highest profitable. Copiers. Let me open that notepad. And you can see highest profitable. Let's see highest quantity. One more time, I'll click outside. Click on this card, subcategory into this box, and again, subcategory into this box. Here I'll select top N because I want the top item, top one. And this time, you tell me, what should I drag? If I want the highest quantity, yes, you can say it's quantity. Again, so I can drag the quantity and drop it here. Make sure you click on this apply filter button. Most of the time, apply filter button, we forget. So once you click on apply, you can see binders will be the answer. So binders is the top quantity. Okay, now I know this title at the bottom is misleading, you see. Now, let's see how to create a date card in Power BI. This is one of the most important and my favorite features. Creating a date card in Power BI is simple and easy, and there are many features which have been added with newer versions. So let's see that practically. Here I will just create or click on this 1, 2, 3. That's the card here. And I'll resize that. So I can pick up here order date into this field. Since it's a date card, I'll pick up any date field here. So this will give you one date, which is the earliest date in that database. The earliest date. Let me show you practically. When I go to page 1, just a dummy page, I'll remove that and I'll create a table. Pick up here order date into values, sales into values, and I'll make this order date as date. Order date here. So what I'm trying to show you is what is the minimum date in that table. Minimum date is 3rd of January 2016, and some value will be given in that card. If you want to find out the latest date in that dataset, I can click on that column heading, and you can see the latest date would be 30th of December 2019. Let us go and check. So the earliest one is the 3rd of January 2016. This one is by default selected as earliest. If you want, you can search for latest count. So latest date, and you can see 30th of December 2019. That's the latest date over here. But what I want to show you is which date was there where we got most sales or most profit, highest selling or highest profitable day. Let me go to that text card. This page 1. Sorry. And drag the profit into the table. Okay, this one. just for your understanding. I'm creating not required in the company. You don't have to create this one. So if I sort this in the descending order of sales, the most or the highest selling day was March 18th, 2016. So I'll write here, highest sales were on March 18th, 2016. Okay? Same way, I'll write for highest profit. Highest profit was on. Let me check. I can click on this profit column heading. And it was October 2nd, 2018. Okay, October 2nd, 2018. So this was easy when I create a table. Sorting ascending, descending. Then I got the answer. But in real time, you don't create this table every now and then. We usually take help of this card. Okay, that discard here. So, what I can do is, I can show you this method. We can work on this filter on this visual. We have detailed topic on filter. But let's see. When I click on this drop down, if I click on this drop down, you can see the options are not there. Not many options will be visible. So I can just minimize. I'll pick up this order date again and drop into this box. So here we have again 4 options. One is advanced filtering, basic filtering, relative date, and top end. I'll show you the same thing. If I click on top end and I'll type as top 1, drag the sales into this by value field. And if I click on apply filter, carefully observe. When I click on apply filter, March 18th, 2016 was the highest selling day. So most salaries were gotten on that day. You see, March 18th, 2016. If you want to see what was the most profitable day, October 2nd, 2018. So I can go back, I can remove this sales option, and I can drag here the profit into this box. And I had to click on apply. October 2nd, 2018. So what I'll do is I will create 2 cards here. So one, I can just right click, copy, paste using Ctrl+V. And this particular card was for profit. I can just replace it with sales. Okay, drag and drop it. For C, apply filter. So left-hand side is the most profitable and is the highest selling. So I can rename that. Click on the drop-down and I can click on rename. I can say as most profitable day and I can see as highest selling day. So highest sales. Highest sales. That's it. So these 2 are the now, same story again. If I create a chart and if I try to play with that, both dates will change. So let me create a table at the bottom for region and sales. Region into values, and I can pick up here, let's say sales into that value. A simple table is created. If I click on Central, and if I want to find out what is the highest selling day and most profitable day in Central, so if I click here, you can see October 2nd and October 2nd, highest selling and profitable. If I click on South, it will give you the details about that particular value. Okay, West, you can see. So any data set you have at the bottom, it will try to change the dates as well. That's very simple. So that's it. And I hope you've understood how to create a date card in Power BI. Now, I think you're comfortable with how to work on a date card, number card, and text card. All these options give you one value at a time. Only one date, one number, or one text. What if you want to have multiple numbers, multiple texts, and multiple dates? Let's see. So for that, we'll be using a multi-row card. Actually, the name is not so correct. It should be multi-row and multi-column card. Let's see what I mean to say. So if I click on this normal card, what we have seen in the previous video, and if I drag here subcategory, I used to get only one subcategory name. But if I click outside, and if I click on this multi-row card, and if I resize it, and if I drag the same field over here, subcategory, into that box, you can see I will be getting all the names of those subcategories into that dataset. Okay, these are all 17 subcategories. If you count, along with this, if you also want sales, profit, quantity, anything, you can simply drag and drop profit, sales, and quantity. So you can keep on adding as many columns as you want. Okay, so that's the name. It's given as multi-row card. So, why is it given multi-row card? Because you can see these are multiple records. What I was saying is it should also be given multi-column because I'm adding the second column, third column, and fourth column as well. So the name should not be multi-row. It should be multi-row and multi-column card. Okay, that makes more sense. So you can keep on adding different fields over here. Let's make it simple. I'll only add a subcategory in profit, okay? And I'll delete this one. So these are all 17 subcategories. What do I want? I only want the top 3 subcategories by profit, the highest profitable top 3 subcategories. So I can drag the subcategory and drop it into this box here. Filter on this visual. Click on this drop down and select top N option. And here I can select 3. Earlier, I used to type only 1 because it used to give only 1 output. So I'll type as 3 and I can drag profit into by value. And if I click on apply button, you can see only 3 subcategories are given and they are the most profitable. And what are those? Accessories, copiers, and phones. I know it is not visible. The font is very small. So I can click on this format button and go to that card option or maybe card title and increase the size here. So if I increase and make it as some different color, so accessories, copiers, and phones are the highest profitable subcategories. Suppose you want the lowest profitable. You can click on this bottom button and click on apply. So these are the lowest profitable. I'll just click on top and click on apply. Okay, so what is the benefit of using this multi-row card? Let me show you practically. Suppose if I create a pie chart for region and sales. I'll realize before I show you something. Yeah, so if I put here region into legend, and if I put here sales into details, now maybe I have to put into values. Yes. So carefully observe this box. When I say this box, that means the multi-row cards which I have created. When I select something here in the pie chart, suppose if I select West. So what are the top 3 subcategories which are sold in West region? I can say copiers, binders, and accessories. If I click on East region, I'm getting the same. I think binders, copiers, and force. If I click on Central, you can see the values are changing. So you can find out top 3 profitable subcategories when you keep on clicking on any region. Not only this, you can change the chart. You can change the different fields over here, and these values will keep on changing. Okay, that's very simple. So that's it. I hope you've understood how to create a multi-row card in Power BI. Filters are very important when you create a dashboard or a report. They are used to filter the data on the visual. That's very simple, but let us see practically what I'm trying to convey. There are different types of filters available in Power BI. We have filters on visual. You can see I have created a sheet over here, and I'll keep on showing you topics on this. So we have filters on visuals, filter on page, filter on all pages, drill through, and many more filters are there. Right now, we'll be focusing on how to work on filter on visual. If you're using an older version of Power BI, you might not get this filter speed. Okay, so you have to upgrade the version or you have to update the features in that. How to update? I've given the link in the description somewhere you can find out. Or if not, you can see the initial few videos on how to update the Power BI software here. So, this filters pane is very important. Right now, in this filters pane, we have only two types of filters. One is filters on page, second is filter on all pages. In this pane, actually, you should get three filters here. Filter on visual also should be there, but it is not there. So first of all, I'll create some visual. Only then the option will be there. So let me create some charts. Let's say a pie chart for region and sales. Okay, so when I click on region sales, carefully observe, I'm getting filter on visual. Now, I'm getting that the other options also filter on all pages. So, three filters are there in this filter screen. If you click outside, see what happens. If I click outside the chart, filter on visual is missing. Okay, only two options are there. Filter on visual is missing because you have to select the visual. Only then can you apply filter on that visual. Now I'll create two charts. One is this pie chart, and one I'll create a funnel chart here, okay? And the funnel chart will have subcategory and sales. Right, so the question is, suppose if I only want to apply a filter only on that pie chart, okay? So I have to apply the option as filter on visual. So if I want to see only this data for some specific category, let's say the technology, I can just drag this technology and drop it into this box, okay? Into this box. Why not into this box and the other box? Because currently I'm interested only in this visual. So I can just drag and drop into this box. So here I can select the option as technology and minimize this filter. So carefully observe, I've applied a filter only in this visual, not on the other visuals. So when I do that, this particular chart or pie chart is changing. How do you find out? You have to just check the values. If they're changing, that means the chart is affected. So if I minimize that, and if I select something else, office supplies, you can see only one chart is changing the values. Okay? Only one chart, not the other one. So if you want, you can specifically filter any one visual. Okay, so I repeat the topic again. I deleted that. So I've created two separate charts. This time, I only want this funnel chart to be modified. So I can pick up segment into this box. Okay? Some other example, segment into this box. And if I select consumer segment only, this funnel chart will be changing. You see, funnel chart would be changing. If I click on home office, funnel chart is changing, not the pie chart. So this is very simple. That is known as filter on visual. So let us see how to work on filter on page. Okay, filter on visual we have seen. And the next part we have that is filter on this page. Okay, so when I say page, that is known as page in Excel file. These are known as sheets, but here these are known as pages. So I want to apply a filter on the entire page. Only on one page I can see. Okay, in that next video, we'll see if you want to apply filter on all the pages. You can use the second option here. Right now, I'll quickly create three charts. Any three charts here. So select this pie chart, pick up region and profit, and yes, so that's one chart here. Second one, I'll create a table. A simple table for segment and sales, and resize it properly. The third one, I can pick up here. Let's say order date and profit. Maybe this also, I'll convert into a table. So you can quickly see the answers. And this one, I can just change into order date, right? So now, if you observe, these are three different visuals, okay? Three different charts are there. Let me also remove this legend from here. Now the question is, if I want to see the entire page only for a category, let's say as furniture, okay? So I have to click outside, or you can click on any chart, no problem. But let's click outside, and then I can pick up this category and drop into this box. See carefully. What is the name of this box? Here it is, filter on this page. Okay, filter on this page. So I can just drag this category and drop into this filter on this page and select technology. The moment I click on technology, the entire page will show me details about technology. You see, the values have changed. It was a bit fast, very quick, but you can see. Let's see this value. 836. This will also change if I click outside and if I select office supplies. If I select furniture, I'll keep on clicking. And you can see the values of the entire page will change. Okay, entire page will change. That's very simple. If you want to clear filter, you can just click on Clear button. And I'll just remove this filter here. Now let's say I want to see the entire detail about only one state. Let's say California. So I can pick up state, drag and drop into the same box that is filter on this page. And it's difficult to search. It's there, California. So I can select California. The moment I click, you can see all the options will change. All the values will change. You see, total page has changed. 76,000 here, 76 and some value. So I can deselect and select Arizona, and you can see all the values that change. I can minimize. You can also filter multiple parameters. Let's say I can also pick up for the customer. I can drag this and drop it for customer into the same box here. And I can select any one customer, and I can get the values on the entire page. Okay, this is also one type of filter we have. In the next section, slices as well, which you'll see. But that's very simple, and I hope you understand how to create filter on this page. Let us see the next topic we have. Filter on all the pages. As the name says, filter applies on all the pages, not only one page, but all the pages. Let us see that practically. So for that, what I'll do is I'll create two pages here. One is page 2 and page 3. Let me rename the name as P1. I can just double click and rename that page as P1. And the second page, I can rename it as P2. So P1 and P2. What I'll do is I'll try to create two charts over here. So in P1, I'll create a simple table and apply category and sales. Okay, and same way in the other place. I'll create one more table here, or I can create a bar chart. And I'll put here subcategory, and I'll put here sales. So these are two visuals I've created, and I'll try to add some detail labels here. Now what I'll do is I'll copy this. Right-click, copy this visual, and I'll put it on P2. Control V. You can press Control plus C and Control plus V as well. So right-click, copy visuals, and I can go to page P2 and paste it. So these are two pages. One is P2 and P1. Both the places are the same charts, nothing different. So what I'll do is I'll apply a filter, okay, in this option, in this place. That is filter on all pages. And you can see it will affect both the places. But before that, if you remember, we have learned how to apply filter on this page. We'll do that first. So let me drag the option category into this option. That is filter on this page. And suppose if I select furniture. Okay, if I select furniture, you can see both the places I'm able to see furniture and furniture related subcategories like chairs, tables, bookcases, and furnishings. But if I go to page P2, this chart is not affected. This page is not affected. So what I can do is I can go back to P1. If I can delete this filter, and instead of dragging and dropping it into that location, I will drag and drop it into this location, filter on all pages. So steps are very much the same. So I can just drag category and I'll drop into filter on all pages. So here, if you see, when I select furniture, definitely I'm able to see furniture. Or if I select technology, I'm able to see technology. But if I go to page P2, you can see here as well, I'm able to see technology and the subcategories related to technology. So not only these two pages, but if you open any page, you will be able to see that filters applied. So if I go to some other page, you can see here as well, data is filtered. In some other page, data is filtered. I'll create one quicker. And if I drag category, and if I drag sales, you can see technology. So all the pages, wherever this category is used or relevant data would be filtered. Not only category, relevant data would be filtered. Once again, if I come to P1 page and if I select furniture, you can see here furniture. On P1, on P2 also there is furniture. And on P3, that is page 3 which I've created, there you can also see furniture. So anything related to furniture only will be visible everywhere. Anything related to furniture record will be visible everywhere. Rest all will be filtered. And by the way, this filter pane is common everywhere in all the sheets. This page would be common. So, if you want to modify, you can modify from here, or you can go to that any page and modify this filter on all pages. So that's it. I hope you have understood how to work on filter on all pages. In this new section, we are exploring slices in Power BI Desktop. Slices are interactive filters that can be used to filter your reports, maps, charts, tables, and more. While there's only one slicer, it can serve various purposes, including filtering text, dates, and numbers. In this video, we'll focus on creating a slicer for text. Here is the slicer in the Power BI visualization pane. If I click on this slicer and resize it, I can put the category into this box, and you can see the slices created. To make it more effective, we need to have some charts or visuals. So I'll create a simple bar chart for subcategory sales. I'll pick up subcategory into the axes and sales into values. Now, if I select the option furniture from this box, you can see only furniture related subcategories are visible. Similarly, if I click on office supplies, only office supplies values are visible. To have a clearer view, I'll increase the font size. I'll go to the View tab, click on the drop-down, select the option Customize Current Theme, and increase the text size to 18. Now, if I click on Furniture, only furniture-related subcategories are visible. If I click on Technology, only those are visible. If you want to select more than one option, you have to press Ctrl+Click from the keyboard. Normal click will not work. You have to press Ctrl+Click, and then you can select multiple values. To clear the filter, you can click on the Clear Selection button, and it will clear the filter. Creating a text slicer is straightforward. Now let's add one more level to the slicer. Let's say subcategory below that. I can drag subcategory and drop it below category in this slicer. Now, if I expand furniture, you can see different subcategories like bookcases, chairs, and furnishings. These are different subcategories present. Similarly, I can add segment below subcategory and region below segment. You can keep on creating multiple hierarchies. Suppose I only want bookcase. I can just click on bookcase, and on the left-hand side, you can see bookcases are visible. Hierarchy creation is automatic in newer versions. If you're using an old version of Power BI, you may not get this feature. Now let me show you one more text slicer. Suppose I create a slicer for state and city. I'll drag the state option here and the city option into that box. If I expand, you can see the cities within each state. For example, in California, you can see the cities present. Using this single slicer, you can filter the entire report. For instance, if I select California, the values will change in all the charts and visuals present on this page. Creating, deleting, and modifying slicers is straightforward in Power BI. That's it, and I hope you've understood how to create a simple slicer for text in Power BI. So let us see how to format a text slicer. We have seen how to create. Let us see now how to format. First of all, I'll create a simple slicer. Maybe I can just copy and paste the table from the previous sheet. Copy, I can paste. Ctrl+V. One more chart, I'll copy. Ctrl+C, and I can just paste it here. So, this is nothing. I've not started the slicer. This is the simple table which I've created. Now, I want to add a slicer and I want to format it so it becomes more easy to filter for end users. Suppose I want to create a slicer for category. So I can click on this slicer button, scroll on the top, and I can drag the category option here. So this is a category, but it looks very dry, very raw. Nothing is there. So let's make it more interesting. First of all, we'll use the method for selecting multiple values. If you want to select multiple values, you have to press Ctrl+click. Now, the client or the end user might not be that smart in Power BI to press Ctrl and click. So we can go to this format option and there's an option, Selection Control. So here we can just disable that multi-select with Control. We have to disable that, and when we disable that option, you can see now using the simple click, the person can select and deselect. Okay, number 1. So where did I go? I'll tell you. I went to this Format button. First, select the slicer, then go to Format, and here in the Selection Controls pane, Multi-Select with Control should be off. Next one, this looks very boring, the slices. If you want to make it more interesting, you can just go to General, and here, if you see, the orientation is vertical. I can change the orientation to horizontal. So what happens is I can customize this way, or you can see this way would be vertical, or this way would be horizontal. So whatever you want, you can just drag and drop it here. So it gives you a very good feel of, slices. I can click on Technology and Office Supplies and deselect and select. You see, it's very easy now. So when it is darker, that means it is selected. When it is darker, if I select Technology right now, Office Supplies and Technology are selected. Rest, all are deselected. And one more. Let's see one more. I'll create for State. So I can click on this slicer. I clicked outside, drag State, and drop it into that field box. Then we can go to this Format option. General, and I can make it as horizontal. Number 1. Second one, I can just go to Selection Control and deselect this button. That is Multi-Select with Control. And you can see. Okay, let me delete this. So I have more space. Okay, so that's a slicer for all the states. I know all the states are not visible, so you can click on the small button to see the other states. Now you can select any one state like this, and that will give you details about that state only. Okay, all these sales about that state. Now if you want to change the color, background color, border, everything can be customized in this format pane. Let's say if I want to change the color, I can go to Items, Font Color, and I'll make it black or white. And in that item, I'll make the background color as black. So this is how a slicer will look like. It becomes very cool and easy for the end user to select. Let's say the slow one. Okay, very simple. There are many more options which you can figure out, like borders, shadow, lock aspect, and so on. So slowly, gradually, once you practice, you will come to know. Okay, but for the time being, I hope you have understood how to format the text slices. Let us see how to work on date slicers in Power BI. Date slicers are required for everyone. These are the most important slices. I can see. Let us see how to create. I'll click on this slicer button and try to pick up any date data type. Date field, that is, order date. When I drag and drop, you see what happens. I'll be getting a date in MMDDYY format. Okay, that's a format here, and I can scroll and filter the dates. But to scroll, let me just create some table over here. I'll click on this table, put here order date, and I'll put sales here. So I can resize it here, and I can show you what the values are going on. So that's order date, sales on the right-hand side, and that's a slicer or a filler I've created, interactive filters. Now I can just select the minimum date from here, and I can select the maximum date from here. Okay, so I can filter those based on exact dates, MMDDYY. So this would be between the dates minimum to maximum, and give me all the dates between. So please observe here, we have the date starting from 18th of April 2017. Okay, you can see 18th of April 2017, and maximum date is 21st of December 2017, which will be at the bottom. So you can filter quickly. Now, if you don't want, you can click on this clear filter. That's very easy. And if you want, you can just click on this drop down, and these are the different options you can play. These are like cosmetic options. This one is selected between. That means between minimum, maximum. If you select the option before, the first box will get disabled. You see, this first box will get disabled. Only the second box is enabled. Here, there's also one thing which I didn't tell you. You can click on that box inside, and a calendar would appear where it is very easy for you to navigate to that date particularly. So I can just click on that December and select July. I can click on 2019 and select the option 2018 and select some day from here. So this will get filtered. Or the other method is you can also manually type as 22 2019 enter. That is also one method. So in this drop down, before is there, after is there. List, if I click on this list button, I'll be getting list of all the dates in that slicer, in that data set. So manually, I can use a checkbox, or using Control plus click, I can select the values here. Okay, I don't think that this would be required. Not many people would be using this. There's the other option as drop down. I can select the drop down, and I can select only whichever dates I want. So using this drop down, you can save a lot of space. Okay, you can save this lot of space here. So again, I'll click on that small drop down, and there's a relative date option. Relative date is, again, very important. Suppose if I want to see the data only for last 2 years. So I can click on this last type 2, and from this drop down, I can select this years option. So if you have seen my video on filters, you will understand these filters and cards. I've taken this topic there. So I'll select the option years from here, and you can see last 2 years. So the data is starting from 2018. I'm recording the video on June 2020, and so it's showing us 2 years back, June 2018. So not only these 2 years, you can also select month, quarter, weeks, days. Many options are there. And not only last, but the next year and this year, this one, this quarter. You can select the option, and that's a very simple filter over here. Now, I'll just remove that filter and I'll move it aside. There's one more type of filter which should be required. I'll just create one more slicer here, and in this slicer, I'll put the same fields, which is order date, into that box. So when I drag and drop, the date format is MMDDYY format. Suppose you only want either year, quarter, or month. You can click on this drop-down, and there is an option, Date Hierarchy. So you can select this Date Hierarchy option, and here, if you see 2016, 17, 18, 19, all the dates, all the years will be visible. So you can keep on expanding inside. 2016, if you want quarter one, you can select quarter one here. Inside quarter one, if you want some specific month, you can select January. Okay, that's very simple to filter using the hierarchy option. So the method was we clicked on this drop-down and selected Date Hierarchy. So by default, it would be Order By. Okay, so that's it. I hope you've understood how to create slices for date. So let's see how to format a particular date slicer. We have seen how to create, but formatting is also required. So in the previous video, I forgot to tell you one thing, that this is a hierarchy which is created. Now it is occupying a lot of space. Okay, I have to dedicate some space for that. So what you can do is you can click on this small drop down and click on this drop down option. Okay, you can select drop down. So the space is occupied is very less. And I can click on this drop down button and keep on expanding the hierarchy and select whatever month or quarter I want. And I can click outside. So this way I can make more use of this space here. Let's see some more features. How to format a date slicer. So I'll click on this slicer and bring the order date. This is the MMDDY format. I can click on this drop down and convert it into date hierarchy. So this is the date hierarchy I have. So again, as I said, it's not that good when you look at the slicer. Why not make it as boxes? So I can go to this format option and click on the general button. And right now, if you have seen the previous video, you have seen how to change the alignment, vertical and horizontal. So right now, the option is not visible. So make sure you delete this day, month and quarter. Okay, delete that day, month and quarter. So when no hierarchy is there, then you can change the alignment as vertical or horizontal. So I'll go to this format option and now I'll click on General. This is the option at the bottom. So I will click on the slicer button and add order date into this box. Now when I add order date, the first thing I had to change this as date hierarchy option. And in this date hierarchy, you can see all the years are there. 2016, 17, 18. So you can go to this format option and we have the option selection controls. You can also click on this select all option. That means sometimes we want to select all buttons. So I can click on select all and all the checkboxes will be selected. The other part would be changing the background and foreground. So if I click on background, I can click on this color and make it as black color. The font should be changed. So I can click on items and change the font color as white. So this way I'll be getting a white color here. There should be a title given, which is there, but it is not visible. So you can search for the title option somewhere and you can also change that title. Yes, title. And here I can write as select the year you want and change the font color to white. Okay, so all the cosmetic options would be visible here in the Format tab itself. And there's an option given as headers. You can select the headers and change the font color of slice headers. That was year, month, and day. If you do not want, you can just disable that option here. Okay, so that's very simple formatting, a date slicer, and you can explore a few more features in this Format tab. Okay, that's all. So I hope you've understood how to format a date slicer in Power BI. Let's see how to work on slicers for numbers. We have seen for text, date, and now let's see for number slices. So, for creating number slices, I'll first create a simple table where I can show you what are the customers who have purchased some items and what are the quantities they have purchased. Okay, a simple table I've created. So that's a simple table here. And I'll just drag and drop now. The question here is, I want to find out how many customers have bought quantity 3 or 4 quantity or 5 quantity. So if I want to find out that thing, I'll just click outside and click on this slicer button here. And I can just drag here one column named as quantity. So that's a slicer. I'll drag this content into this box. So it will tell me the minimum quantity, what people have ordered, is 1, and maximum quantity, what people have ordered, is 14. These are 14 quantities. So if you want to find out people have bought between 1 to 3 quantity, I'll type here as 1 in minimum, maximum 3, enter. So these are all the customers who have bought between 1 to 3 quantity. Okay? Between 1 to 3 quantity, all these are customers. So if you want, let's say 12 to 14. Now, I'm going on the higher range, 12 to 14 quantity. So I can type here as 12. Maybe I can scroll here. That is also easy. So this would be all the customers who have bought in wholesale or in bulk amount. Okay, these are all the customers. So I can pay more attention to them. That's one example I'm giving. But sometimes if you want to find out a list, this is a scroll bar. So you can just click on this drop down and select the option as list. So this list will give you all the quantities, which are 14 quantities. Now I can select who are the customers who have ordered 14 quantities of one item. So these are all the customers. I can use this data set for analysis purpose also, right? That's very simple for the number slicer. One more, I can click outside and click on this slicer. Let's pick up here sales, and you can drag and drop inside. So the minimum sales is 0.44 and the maximum sales is 22,000. This value, you can find out which customers have bought maximum between 17 to this value, and that would be filtered. Okay, based on that, so right now it's not relevant. So I'll remove that option here. But if, however, you have seen for the quantity option, that's very simple. Simply drag and drop and filter the option. So I hope you've understood how to work on number slices in Power BI. Welcome to this new section in Power BI, that is Advanced Charts or Advanced Visuals in Power BI. We have seen how to create basic charts and basic maps in Power BI, but there are so many visuals. There are approximately 250 plus charts outside Power BI. Those are developed by third-party companies. Those charts you can import in Power BI and create some visuals. So in this section, I'll be showing you 10 different charts in Power BI which you can import from third-party, that is app source, and you can create the charts. Now, what are those charts is given here. We'll see animated bar chart rates, drill down donut chart, drill down column charts. So column chart and donut charts you have seen. But if you want to see some drilling down, and you can use the drill down column and donut chart. We have word cloud, Sankey charts, infographic play, axes, and scroller. If you try to create this kind of visuals in some other tool, let's say Tableau for example, if you want to create a sunburst chart or some other chart, let's say Sankey, it is very difficult. There you have to write some calculations, some other things, and then you can create those charts. But here, just using button clicks, you can create those different charts. And lastly, we'll see how to create a sunburst and a histogram. Okay, there are some advantages and some limitations on each and every chart. To bring this chart, you need to have an account on Power BI, okay? So that you can sign up, and then you can create an account and import the charts. You cannot create an account if you have a Google, that is Gmail, Yahoo, or Hotmail email ID. You need to have any corporate company email ID or university email ID. Only then you can create an account and import those charts. How to create an account I've shown in the next video. So, creating is very simple. You can go to these three dots in the visuals, click on Get More Visuals, and here the first thing it will ask you for, username and password. So you have to sign up. Let me show you that here. If I click on three dots, Get More Visuals, and here if you see, you need to enter the email ID and password. If you are a beginner, if you're looking for the first time, you have to click on this button. Need a Power BI account? Try for free. As I said, you need a corporate email account, not Gmail, Yahoo, or Hotmail. You need some company email ID like info@sys, bajaj.com, at facebook.com, at linkedin.com, and then you can create an account. And here, then you can keep on importing the visuals and create this. So, let us see practically how to create those advanced charts in Power BI. Let us see how to create animated bar chart rates. For animated bar arrays, this chart is not present by default in Power BI's desktop application. If you see in this place, you'll not find that animated bar chart. So we have to import it from third party. I'm going to say as app source website. So from there, you can pull that chart in Power BI, and then you can create it. To pull that chart, you need to have a Power BI account. Only then you can import that. So first of all, I'll just click on this three dots. Click on this button, Get More Visuals, and here you have to enter your email ID and password. Now, if you do not have an account, you can click on this button here. That is, need a Power BI account? Try for free. But the condition is you cannot create an account with your Gmail ID or Yahoo or Hotmail or any other email ID. You need to have a corporate email ID or a university email ID. So corporate, I mean to say, some company you're working with their email ID, or I can say some university where you're studying or which you have. But you cannot use Gmail, Yahoo, Hotmail, these email IDs. So I have one email ID which I'll be using to log in, and I'll enter the email ID, click on sign in, and I'll enter the password. So there are some other ways also if you do not have the email ID, which I'll be showing you very soon. So after entering the email ID and password, now you will get one window over here. This window will tell you that you can pick up these charts from Power BI Visuals and App Source. So they also have a website. From there, you can download these charts. So right now, you can see there are different categories of charts which are present. Okay, different categories of charts. So I'll show you each chart from each category over here. Now, I can search for animated and press enter. Now, I can just click on this add button here. So one thing, if you notice, there are some charts where there's a blue tick mark over here. This blue tick mark tells you that these are Power BI certified. They have been tested by Microsoft and they are compatible with other features of Power BI. If there is no blue tick mark, that means they are not yet certified. Very soon, maybe in the future, they might get certified. So here as well, you can see the ratings of those visuals. 4-star, 5-star, 3-star. And based on that, you can use in your visualization. So I'll just click on this add button, and that particular animated bar chart rate would be added. You see this one. This is animated bar chart. So in future, whichever chart I add, that will be visible here. So I'll click on this animated bar chart, try to resize it. Here I can pick up subcategory into name. Now, these are different fields. If you observe, these are different fields like name, value, period. So I'll guide you in how to create. So subcategory, sales. If you remember, we have created for bar chart, subcategory sales. Here, an extra field I'll add. That is order date. Drag this order date and drop into period. So here comes your animated bar chart arrays. Okay. This chart you might have seen on Facebook, on LinkedIn, or some different websites. They show you the trend which is going on from a few years for different companies. Many examples you can see. But one thing, if you observe, the speed is very fast, and we are not able to read properly what is going on. And also, if you see, there is number 22 written at the bottom. Let me tell you, it will go till 30, 31. So you can see it has reached 31. Why 31? Because there are 31 days in a month. So it is giving you the overall 31 days data here. So normally, people don't see by days. They only see by years. So I can just click on this cross button, click on this cross button, and cross. So I'll just keep only years. Let us see one more chart from the App Store. That is drill down donut chart. Very interesting, and you like this chart. So let us import the chart first. I'll click on these three dots. Click on Get More Visuals and type here as donut. You have seen the donut chart, which was a very simple plain donut chart. But this time I'll show you some advanced donut chart. And that's a light addition. And you can see there's a blue tick mark. This blue tick mark tells you that these are Power BI certified visuals. These are Power BI certified, so you can use them properly, and they're compatible with all the features in Power BI. So I'll pick up this advanced donut visual. That is a light edition. There are some advanced also in that, like Pro and by Zoom charts, and many more are there. So I'll just click on this Add button here. Donut chart would be added. Drill down donut. So I'll click on that drill down donut chart and resize properly. Here I'll add category into category and sales into values. Okay, category into category, sales into values. So this will give you a normal donut chart here. Okay, a normal donut chart. So when you click on that any slice, you can see they have been separated very nearby, and it is highlighted there. But that's not drill down. That is just selecting. But if you want to go in detail about category and more details, let's say if I want to see the subcategories as well, I can drag subcategory below category. Then I can drag product name below subcategory. Actually, these are hierarchy products. Hierarchy columns here, category, subcategory, and those subcategories have different products. Now suppose if I click on this furniture. If I want to know more details about furniture, I can click on furniture and you can see it will give me details about furniture. So these are all subcategories. Again, if you see, chairs is how much? 44.3%. If I click on chairs button here, chair slice, you can see it is going in detail now. So it's very simple and easy. If you want to come back, you can click on the center like this. Again, in the center, it will come back. So instead of creating three different charts, why not create only one single chart, which will give you information for three items. One is category, subcategory, and also product name. So one more time, if I click on office supplies, it will give me details about all the office supplies. Now it is giving you the distribution. It's very fancy. And if I click on storage option, you can see all the storage related products are given. And if you want to come back, click inside. Click inside. Now, this is given by a company named as Zoom Charts. You can see the name is given Zoom Charts. So if you try to go to format option, and if you want to customize anything, you cannot. I mean, very few features you can customize. So suppose there's separate customization option. If you enable that, and if you expand, you can see what is happening. It is asking you to get a full version. Only then you can customize. There are some other options like title and the other things which are very basic. You can customize, but for long term, if you want to use it, you have to purchase this add-in. Okay, and what are those more details you can get on the website? Some link will be given. you can click on the website here. So that's it. And I hope you've understood how to create a drill down donut chart in Power BI. Let us see how to create a word cloud. Some people also call it a word map. Word cloud or word map is used for textual representation. Let us see that. So I'll just click on Get More Visuals, search for word cloud, and click on this Add button here. So word cloud is added, and that's a very small W icon, word cloud 2.0. So they keep on updating the versions. I will click on that word cloud and resize properly. Here I can just drag, let's say state, into category. So when I drag state into category, you can see all the different states should be given in different colors. Okay. Now, if you want to see, there's a California, that's a south, which is given, new something is given. So based on the count, the size would be bigger here. Okay. Based on the count. But I don't want based on the count of states. I want based on profit. Which state is giving higher profit? Give me bigger in size. So profit into values. If I drag, you can see California is bigger in size. That means it is having higher profit. Washington second, and I can say a bit. Then I have the New York and so on, the other states. This is a simple word cloud. But if I want to read what is written here, I have to tilt my head. Okay, it's very annoying to tilt my head and read. That is very difficult. So why not go to the format option, and somewhere you can see rotate text option. I can make it as off, and it will be in a simple line. Also, one more thing. If you observe, there's a new given and there's a York given. So actually, these are one single state. It's given in different lines. So I can tell them that stop words or somewhere you can see some option will be there in general options. You can see at the bottom, there's a word breaking. So make sure you make it as off, and you can see New York in a single line. Okay, New York is in a single line. There are many changes you can do with respect to colors as well. You can go to this data colors, and you can change each state color. Okay, each state, you can change the color. So let's say if I want to change color for California as black, and you see black color for California. It's very simple. So that's it. Very simple. I hope you have learned how to create a word cloud in Power BI. Let us see how to create a Sankey chart in Power BI. Sankey charts are used for showing the relationship between two categories. So it can be two categories, two columns, two items within the same or different data source. So it's very easy to create a Sankey chart. First, I'll just click on the three dots, Get More Visuals, and type Sankey and search. Then I'll click on this Add button here. So this Sankey chart would be added. I can click on Sankey and resize properly. Now in this example, I want to show you the relationship between category and subcategory. So I'll drag category into source and subcategory into destination, because I want to show the relation between them. Carefully observe here. There are different categories on the left-hand side. These are nothing but source. And on the right-hand side, these are different subcategories. So it is telling you which subcategory belongs to which category. Okay, here it is given. But I want to show you the sales done. So I can drag the sales and drop it into weight. Now, the sizes of those bars connecting bars have changed. If you observe here, the size of from technology, it is going to phones. So what it is trying to convey is that the sales for technology, if I select this, sales for technology are mostly received from mobile phones, and the lowest are received from copiers. You can see from copiers here. That's a small size. means the lesser amount. The bigger size means bigger sales. When I say sales, because I've dragged the sales into weight. One more example. So if I want to find out furniture, if furniture is having good sales, for example, from which subcategory I'm getting maximum amount of sales. So I can tell you that maximum is from chairs and the lowest is from furnishings. Okay, so it's very simple. It is used for showing the relationship between two items and how it is converted. Now I can just remove this option subcategory and I'll put region here. Here, I now want to show you the relation between category and region. Suppose if I select technology and I want to find out from which region I'm getting maximum sales. So, maximum sales are received from the West region. You can see. So it is given as 0.26. From the East region, they both have similar sizes. So it's difficult. So you can see all the places. So in order to avoid this confusion, you can add some labels here. Okay, add some destination labels or source label. So let me drag the sales and put it into source label. So labels will not work here. So better, we'll keep it as it is. Maybe you can go back to this format option and search for data labels. Okay, so data linked labels. If you enable that, you can see the relation between them. Let me maximize this window and minimize the other options. So I went to that format and selected that data label link. And you can see Furniture South is 0.12 million. And the other places you can see what is the contribution. I know the text is not visible. It is same, like the background. You can go in the format, change the size, change the font size, or change the color. Everything can be customized. So I can click on Back to Report, and that's it. So that's it. If you're using some other tool like Tableau, it's very difficult to create a Sankey chart in Tableau. But here in Power BI, it is very easy. So that's it. I hope you have understood how to create a Sankey chart in Power BI. Let us see how to create an infographic in Power BI. We have a ready-made chart which you can import from AppSource. So I can just click on Get More Visuals and type infographic. Even if you don't type, you will be getting the third visual, which is the infographic designer. I can just click on the Add button here, and this visual would be added. That's an infographic designer 1.8.7. Now, what I'll do is I'll create an infographic for, let's say, category and sales. So I'll pick up category into category. And here I can pick up sales into measure. Okay. Sales into measure. And this will give you a simple column chart. So what is so special about this chart? Nothing is there. Right now, it's a simple column chart. But instead of presenting this boring query, you can see the vertical bar. You can present different shapes. So how do I do that? You can click on the Edit Mark button, and here you can see there's a shape 1. So what I'll do is I'll delete this shape, and I can bring any other shape here. So this is the Delete button. Click on the Delete button, and here is the shape. Beginning itself, Insert Shape, the first option. So if I click on this first shape, I can pick up any shape from here. Let's say this one. And you can see backhand shape would be added. One more shape. I can delete that. Click on this first button and you can explore. There are approximately 300 different shapes I can select, and you can see the shape is added. So if you think there are different shapes also required, you can see there are different categories. So I can add here, let's say, transportation, and I can add here different icons. Okay, so I'll delete. I can click here and I can go to people. I can add here this baby icon. Many different icons you can add. And if you want, you can just click on this multiple units and you can see multiple icons would be added there. Okay, And here as well, you can see there's a units per row. I'll add 3 units per row and press enter. You can see every row will have 3 icons here. I can click again on delete, and I can click on this first button. Let's say if I want for something else, let's say for nature, and I can select this tree over here. You can see this tree. Same thing. You can play with this option. There are many options here. Okay, you can change the color, you can change the background color, multiple units. And I can type here as 6. So 6 trees will be getting per row. Okay, now suppose you have your ready-made shape. You have a company logo and you want to import that logo into this infographic. You can click on this button that is Insert Shape and click on this Upload It. So here, uploaded is nothing. It's not there. So you can click on the third icon, which is Insert Image. When you click, and if you click on this Upload button, you can pick up any image from your screen on your laptop. Let's say I'll pick up here Link Ring and click on Open. So this particular icon, this is the logo. I can just select that and you can see the logo is added. And the back end I can select multiple units and row per count. I'll add 4 like this and 4 units per row. So you can play with that. They are very simple and easy options. You can try to play with that. And the last one, I'll add some other image. I'll just click on Upload button and add my image over there. And I can select multiple units. And I can write 3 rows. Yeah, so you can keep on playing with your data set here, okay? And if you do not want, you can always click on Delete button and you can keep on adding. So the last one, I'll just select anything. And I can just click on this Address button here. Okay, that's it. And the formatting option remains the same. You can change the heading, title, background, anything from here. Okay, so many options are there. So that's it. I hope you have understood how to create an infographic in Power BI. Let us see how to create a play axis in Power BI. Play axis is actually a slicer and it is Power BI certified, as indicated by the blue tick mark. To add it, I'll click on the 3 dots, select Get More Visuals, and then type Play Axis. I'll click on the Add button, and the slicer will be added. Now, I'll drag the order date into the field, and this becomes our Play Axis slicer. When I click on the Play button, it will show me different years, such as 2016, 2017, and so on. If I only want quarters, I'll remove the year option and click on the Play button again. Now it will show Q1, Q2, Q3, and so on. If I want months, I'll remove the quarter and click on the Play button, and it will show month-wise details. What is the use of the Play axis? It's like your slicer. It cannot work independently. It needs to have some charts to show the impact, the effect. So I'll create 2 visuals here, one pie chart and the other a bar chart. For the bar chart, I'll drag category and sales. For the pie chart, I'll drag region and sales. I'll resize and format them accordingly. Now, if I click on the play button in the play axis, you can see the visuals will change. The small slide icons are given, and you can see what the sales are for that particular month. It might be small, but the labels are changing, helping us understand the sales over time. If I want, I can bring a label also for the bar chart. So I'll click on the bar chart, go to Data Labels, and enable them. Now, if I click on the Play Axis Play button, you can see the values are changing, and you are able to see the sales done for that particular time period. This dynamic slicer helps us compare the proportion of sales done in that year as compared to the total sales. So that's it. I hope you have understood how to create a play axis in Power BI. Let's see how to create a scroller in Power BI. A scroller is one of the most interesting visualizations. Similar to what you might have seen on news channels or when viewing stock market data, where the names of companies and their values keep scrolling horizontally. First, I'll click on Get More Visuals and type Scroller. I'll select the Scroller option, which is Power BI certified, and click on the Add button. This adds the scroller visual to our workspace. Now, I'll configure the scroller by adding Subcategory into the Category option and Profit into the Measure option. This will display the name of the subcategory along with its profit value, which will scroll on the left-hand side. To make the profit values appear as whole numbers, I'll click on the Format button on the Profit box, go to the Column Tools, and select the option for whole numbers. If you want to add indicators to quickly identify profitability, you can remove the Measure Absolute and instead drag and drop Measure Deviation. This will display an up arrow for profitable subcategories and a down arrow for those in loss. To adjust the speed of the scrolling text, you can go to the Format options and find the scroll speed setting. Increasing the scroll speed will make the text move faster. Additionally, if you want the font size to adjust automatically based on the box size, you can enable the Auto Size Font option. For a different example, I'll add City into the category and Profit into the measure Deviation. This will show city-wise profit values scrolling horizontally. You can further customize the scroller by changing the background color, font color, and other formatting options available in the format settings. Overall, creating a scroller in Power BI can make your presentations more visually appealing and effective in conveying information dynamically. So that's how you can create a scroller in Power BI. Let us see how to create a sunburst chart in Power BI. You can consider sunburst charts like a donut chart, where there are different layers in a donut. So, donut, second donut outside, and third donut. So like this, you can create multiple donuts. That's known as sunburst. Here, where you can use it if you want to see the distribution of a particular category or particular region, how they are distributed. You can use sunburst chart, so I'll quickly go back and here as sunburst from the App Store. So in the App Store, I can just type here as sunburst and press enter. From here, I can search this in the sunburst. Now this is a certified visual by Microsoft. You can see there's a blue tick mark. I'll click on that add button here and that particular visual would be added. You see that's a sunburst. Now I can just drag some fields. Let's say category into groups. I can drag subcategory into groups and profit into values. Or I can say sales into values. So subcategory, category, and then profit. So this is a simple sunburst chart. What if you only put category and sales purpose? If I put only category and sales, this is a simple donor chart. And if you add something which is subcategory inside that category, now you can see how distribution of furniture is done. Okay, shares table and bookcases. And if you click outside, it will be highlighted. Suppose if I click on technology, I know it is not visible, the font color, but suppose if I click on technology, it will tell me what is the percentage of sales done for technology. 36.4. Now further technology is divided into phone, machines, and accessories. If I click on phones, you can see what is the distribution in terms of phones. That is 14.37. Now if you want, you can keep on adding these fields in this group section. Here in this group section, you can keep on adding fields. Now I can add, let's say, segment below that subcategory, and you can see further it has divided into different segments. I know the text is very small, so it's difficult to visualize, but you can keep on adding the fields, and this will create a sunburst chart. Next one, if you want to do any formatting, all the options are available in the Format button. You can see on the Group option, some other options are also there, different options. They're very simple, nothing difficult in this. So that's it. I hope you have understood how to create a sunburst chart in Power BI. Let us see how to create a histogram in Power BI. Histogram is not present by default in the Power BI visuals, so you cannot see that visual present here. We have to import from the App Store. I'll click on this button, select the option Get More Visuals, and type here as histogram, and you can see that visual is certified visual. I can click on this histogram. There are different types of histogram available. That's one histogram, which is 3-star second, and third, many histograms are there. So I'll pick up a Power BI certified visual, which can be used with other features of Power BI. I'll click on histogram, and here I can just drag quantity here. We have a quantity column. The minimum quantity ordered by a person is 1 quantity, and the maximum quantity which is ordered is 14. Okay, minimum 1, maximum 40. So I want to see the quantity distribution from 1 to 3. How many people have purchased 3 to 6? How many people have purchased quantity-wise? So I can drag quantity into values, and I can also drag quantity into frequency. Right, so this is the simple histogram which has divided now. Carefully observe. Let me zoom the screen so it is visible properly. And here, if you see the distribution is done from 1.00 to 2.86 and so on. And the minimum value is 1, maximum value is 14. So as I said, 14 is the highest quantity a person has ever ordered. So the sales are done maximum sales are received when the quantity purchased is between 2.86 and 4.71. That's the quantity which is purchased here. Now, I know nobody purchases 2.86 quantity. It's a very odd number. So we can go to this format button here. I can go to general option, and here you can see there's a bin option. So how many bins you want to create out of this 1 to 14? How many bins you want? Suppose I type here as 3. You can see 3 bins would be created. Now bins are nothing, but I can say groups or boxes or collection. So these are 1 to 5.33. This would be 1 box or 1 bin, 2nd bin, 3rd bin. So like this, 3 bins are created. We do not have a feature in Power BI, ready-made feature, that you can create a bin from 1, 2, 3, 3 to 6 to 9. By default, the option is not there. However, you can create some calculated fields, and then you can create that bin option there that is possible. But why this method histogram chart is not available? Here, maybe in the newer version, they might upgrade this feature, and you might get this option. So that's very simple. Here, if you want, you can just add the data label, and I can tell you the maximum ordered or maximum quantity, which is ordered here, is 1.00 to 5.33, and the lowest one is 9.66 to 14. Okay, so much less people buy in bulk, but most of them are retailers. They buy in less quantity. So I hope you've understood how to create histogram in Power BI. Let us see how to insert an image in Power BI. Images are very important if you want to convey information or a message. You can always import an image from outside. Download an image, keep it on your laptop or desktop, and import it. So here, I'll show you how to import an image in Power BI. I'll click on the Insert tab, and here you can see different objects or elements which you can insert. I'll be talking about how to insert an image in Power BI. I'll click on Insert Image. I have downloaded some images. So let me pick up any one. Let's say Facebook, and I can just click on Open. This is one image which I have picked up. So this is one image like Facebook. One more image I'll pick up. I'll click on Insert, and I'll pick up LinkedIn. I can also realize that, like this, one more image I'll pick up, Insert Image, and Udemy. That's one more image, and I can just drag and drop. Now, these images are very simple. Nothing great is there in them, but we can customize, we can play with the cosmetic parts like borders, alignment, background, etc. So first thing, I'll give a border here. when you click on that image, you can see there's a format image option. Okay, and here I can just give a border. So you see the borders are applied. These borders, if I click here, I can just make the radius or I can round the borders here. If you want, you can also add a background by enabling this background option. And here I can add a black background. Okay, that's simple. Again, I'll click on that. Suppose I want to give a heading that this is a Facebook icon. I know everybody knows, but still, if you want to notify, I can enable this title, and I can write here as Facebook. And so I've written that. It's on the top, but the font color is black, so it is not visible. So I can change the font color as white, and I can make it as middle alignment. Okay, that's Facebook here. If you want, you can increase the size as well. Same way, if I want to apply a LinkedIn icon, select that icon, borders, and I can increase the radius. Background, I can give as black background. Okay, this one, black background. And I can add a title here as LinkedIn and middle alignment. The font color would be as white color right now. Third one, if I also do for the third one, you might get bored and you might say, why are you doing it again? So we have a copy, or you can see a format painter in BI. We have a format painter. Keep your cursor on that from where you want to copy. Go to Home tab and click on this format painter. So after you click on that, you can just drop it on the target. So I'll drop it here, and you can see the Udemy background automatically went black. The borders around it, and I can just add a title here. So I can add a title here as Udemy, and same thing, middle alignment. Font size is 18. So this way, you can also format that. Very simple and easy. You can also explore. There are some other options, also like shadow option. You can see, select and enable the shadow. It's a very small shadow. You can see at the back end is applied here. Select that and you can apply shadow. So that's it. I hope you've understood how to apply or how to insert images in Power BI. Let us see how to insert text in Power BI. Inserting text is very simple, but let's see it practically. So I will just select these shapes and move them down. I can select all the shapes like this and press the down arrow key from my keyboard, and you can see all the shapes should be scrolled down. I'm trying to make space for text. I'll go to the Insert tab and click on this Text Box button. The text box is added. Let me resize that and I can just take it to the top. Now, this text, I want to write something. Let's say, if you want to follow for more Power BI videos, you can click on those links. So for more videos on Power BI, click below icons or shapes. I know the size is very small. I can select that text and make it as size 32, middle alignment, and I can make the font color, let's say some red color here. If I want, I can give a background as black color. So I have to select that text box here, and you can see the background is given. I'll make it as black color. If you want, you can make the borders rounded. So I'll select the borders option and I'll round the borders. So border color I can choose, let's say blue color, and let's see border is given. So let me resize this properly. Okay, that's very simple. So I've just added a simple text over here, text box, and tried to format. You can also write some lengthy text into this Power BI report, which can convey more information here. If you observed, all the sheets or pages which I open, they have written the title by this method only. So I've just added a yellow color background here, and the text is black, middle alignment, and some font size. So this way, every sheet, if you observe, there's a heading, which I've done prior to the video or prior to the training itself. For more videos, you can click on the below shapes. Okay, that's very simple. So that's it. I hope you've understood how to add text in Power BI. Let us see how to insert shapes in Power BI. Very simple. I can go to the Insert tab and click on Shapes. These are the only 5 shapes available by default. If you want to add some other shapes, you can take help of this Image button and the shapes here. First, let's see how to add a rectangle. I'll select that and add a rectangle. Then try to move it to the right-hand side. So this rectangle has a blue coloured border and grey colour background. You can change anything if you want. For example, if I want to change the background and some other colour like blue, I can change it. Similarly, you have the border option. I can enable the border option with a black colour and make it rounded. You can also play with the border line, thickness and edges. If you want, you can add text inside the box. You can click on the text box, bring the text inside the box and write something. For example, more Power BI topics. You can customize the text by changing the font size, alignment, and resizing it. That's very simple. You can keep on making your visuals much better. You can see it is more colourful. I know when you're in a company, you have to follow a proper format, proper themes, or background. You cannot use colours randomly. You have to be very specific. But this method will help you to insert some shapes in the background, and you can also customize those shapes. However, it's important to note that Power BI is not as rich as PowerPoint in terms of formatting shapes and images. You cannot crop images or change the transparency of images at the back end or the shapes. Few colours can be changed, but not much more than that. We have the rotation option as well. You can also rotate the shape as per your requirement. That's it. I hope you've understood how to insert shapes in Power BI. Let us see how to insert buttons in Power BI. Now, buttons and shapes. They both are similar, but with very slight differences. The key differences lie in actions. Some buttons have ready-made actions applied to them, while not all buttons do. If I click on the Insert tab, you can see all the available buttons: left arrow, right arrow, reset, back, and so on. Let me demonstrate with an example. I'll click on the left arrow, and it's added. Now, there is no action applied to this button. It's a simple button. Now let me try with another button. I'll go to Insert, select the option Back, and resize it. This is another button, and it has an action applied by default. To check the action, I'll click on the Action drop-down, and there are approximately 6 types of actions available. This might vary depending on the versions of Power BI you're using. By default, the action is selected as Back action. The Back action works like your Back button in your browser. So, when you click on the Back button in your browser, it takes you to the previous page. Similarly, this button will take you to the previous page in Power BI. For example, if I navigate from the Action page to the Insert Objects page, the previous page would be the Action page. Now, if I press Ctrl and click on this button, it will take me to the previous page, which is the Action page. Likewise, if I navigate back to the Section 9 page and then to the Insert Objects page, the previous page would be the Section 9 page. Now, if I press Ctrl and click on this button again, it will take me back to the Section 9 page. So some buttons have actions applied by default, while others are blank. In the next video, I'll demonstrate in detail how to work with actions. In this video, I hope you have understood how to add buttons in Power BI. In this new video on actions, we'll focus on a specific action named Web URL. This action allows us to navigate to a website or URL when clicking on an object, image, or any other element. Let's see how to implement this practically. Currently, I'm on the sheet named Insert Objects, where I have various links to YouTube, Facebook, Udemy, and LinkedIn. I want these links to navigate to their respective websites when clicked. Let's start with the YouTube button. I'll select the YouTube button, which is represented by an image, and then apply a hyperlink to it. After selecting the image, I'll go to the Action button on the right-hand side. Within the Action settings, I'll enable the action and choose the Web URL option from the drop-down menu. Next, I'll paste the URL of my YouTube channel into the designated field. It's essential to include the entire URL, including the https:// part. Additionally, I'll provide a tooltip to indicate that clicking the image will lead to more videos. Now, when I click outside and press Ctrl and click on the image, it will open my default browser and navigate to my YouTube channel. Similarly, let's apply the Web URL action to the Udemy button. I'll select the Udemy button, choose the Web URL action, and paste the Udemy URL, and provide a tooltip if needed. Once again, when I press Ctrl and click on the Udemy button, it will open my default browser and direct me to my Udemy profile. This demonstrates how to insert a web URL in Power BI using actions. These actions allow for interactive navigation within your reports. In this new video on actions, we'll focus on a specific action named Web URL. This action allows us to navigate to a website or URL when clicking on an object, image, or any other element. Let's see how to implement this practically. Currently, I'm on the sheet named Insert Objects, where I have various links to YouTube, Facebook, Udemy, and LinkedIn. I want these links to navigate to their respective websites when clicked. Let's start with the YouTube button. I'll select the YouTube button, which is represented by an image, and then apply a hyperlink to it. After selecting the image, I'll go to the Action button on the right-hand side. Within the Action settings, I'll enable the action and choose the Web URL option from the drop-down menu. Next, I'll paste the URL of my YouTube channel into the designated field. It's essential to include the entire URL, including the https:// part. Additionally, I'll provide a tooltip to indicate that clicking the image will lead to more videos. Now, when I click outside and press Ctrl and click on the image, it will open my default browser and navigate to my YouTube channel. Similarly, let's apply the Web URL action to the Udemy button. I'll select the Udemy button, choose the Web URL action, and paste the Udemy URL, and provide a tooltip if needed. Once again, when I press Ctrl and click on the Udemy button, it will open my default browser and direct me to my Udemy profile. This demonstrates how to insert a web URL in Power BI using actions. These actions allow for interactive navigation within your reports. Let's explore a new type of action in Power BI called the bookmark action. This action combines multiple elements, including actions, bookmarks, and the selection pane. In our example, we have two buttons labeled Show All and Hide All, along with two charts below them. The objective is to toggle the visibility of these charts when the respective buttons are clicked. Firstly, we'll focus on the Hide All button. When clicked, both charts should become hidden. To achieve this, we'll utilize the bookmark action. We navigate to the action settings for the Hide All button and enable the action option. From the drop-down menu, we select Bookmark. However, since we haven't created any bookmarks yet, the list is empty. To create bookmarks, we access the Bookmarks pane from the View menu. Here, we add two bookmarks. One for when all charts should be visible, named All Visible, and another for when all charts should be hidden, named All Hidden. To hide the charts, we use the selection pane, where we toggle the visibility of both charts. Once hidden, we create the All Hidden bookmark. Similarly, when the charts are visible, we create the All Visible bookmark. Now we go back to the action settings for the buttons and assign the respective bookmarks. The Show All button triggers the All Visible bookmark, while the Hide All button triggers the All Hidden bookmark. With the bookmarks and actions set up, clicking the Show All button will make both charts visible, and clicking the Hide All button will hide them. By effectively utilizing bookmark actions, we can create interactive reports where users can toggle the visibility of elements based on their preferences. Let us see how to create a simple Superstore report in Power BI Desktop. Till now, whatever options we have seen, how to create other charts, slicers, adding text, everything, we'll be using in this particular video. So here, this would be a very simple report. It would look like a dashboard, but we'll try to create this report here. And why are we doing this? Because now we have completed the basics of creating charts and visuals. Now we'll see how to work on reports. Part of this report will publish on Power BI service. So we need some data, good visuals to publish on the Power BI service. So that's the reason why I've created a simple Superstore report. Here I've already created a report, and this is how it looks like. You can see there are different charts, different tables there. So it's very simple. Let me explain to you here first, and then we can do it practically. There are some donut charts and pie charts, if you see in this right-hand side. There's one donut chart where it shows profit by category. Then we have profit by segment and profit by region. Okay, so these are three different charts. Over here, also, we have one bar chart, which is profit by subcategory. I have a line chart which shows me profit by year and quarter. This is a simple table which will illustrate to me about the subcategory sales, and some regions are there on the left-hand side. I have a slicer where I can filter whichever state I want, and based on that, all the visuals would be filtered out. And these are some cards for quantity profit. And you know sales, 3 cards are there. And I've just added a simple title here. Okay, so all these things we'll be using for creating exactly the same. I'll try to create that on the left-hand side. You can see these are all the states. If I select Florida, you can see all the visuals will get filter for Florida. I can just deselect that by clicking on Clear button here on the right-hand side. If I click on any chart over here, let's say if I click on this option, here the entire visual will get filtered here. So, like this, if I click on copies, you can see all the visuals would get filtered here. So let's see how to create this. You know report in Power BI. Now this looks like a dashboard, but this is not a dashboard. In Power BI, dashboards are something different, which you'll see in the coming section here. Now, how do I create it? Okay, basic charts are there. Carefully observe. Everywhere the font color is white. Everywhere the font color is white, the background is given as black. Okay, background black, font color white. Let us start how to create it. So right now, I do not have any fields on the right-hand side. I will quickly pick up one Excel file named as Sample Superstore. That is 10.0 Sample Superstore. And what I'll do is, I'll try to format the background first, like the black background, and later on, I'll create some charts. So I'll pick up Order Sheet and click on Load button. The reason I'm clicking on Load button is because it's a clean data right now. No cleaning is required for this particular data set. So when the data is clean, creating charts is very simple. You don't have to struggle. So the data is loaded on the right-hand side. I'll create a new page here. So let us see how to change the background of this page. I can just go to Visualization and click on this page background. And I'll make the background as black color here. Okay, so transparency, I'll make it as 0. So this is a black color background here. Okay, simple plain black. Let me add a heading here. So I can go to Insert tab and click on this text box. And here I can write some text. That is Superstore dashboard, or report. I should increase the text size, 32 font, let's say white bold. For the time being, I'll keep the font as black, and this would be the text. Write sample superstore report and middle alignment. So this is a simple report. And let me increase the size, 36. So I can just make the background as black color. So let me first make the font as white. Go back to this visualization in the format option. I can make the select that box. Make sure you select the box. So I have to change the background here. So I have to go to background and make it as off. So when you make the off as background, this will be transparent black. Okay, let us see how to create the pie chart. But before I create the pie chart, I should give borders to this box here. So I can select borders and make it round now. So the border color is black. Let me make it as white color. So that's a border color here. Now I'll try to create those pie charts and donut chart. So I'll click outside, click on this donut chart, and I'll add here. Try to resize, drag it, and drop it here. And here I can just bring the category and profit. So category and profit is a simple donut chart. Now I will remove this legend option, which is given on the right-hand side, and try to put here the legends, the technology of the supplies. So I'll go into this box, format here as detail labels, as all detail labels. Next one, the background, I'll make it as off. This one as off background. The font color is not visible, so I should make it as white color. So in detail labels, I can just go to this color option and select as white color. The legend is not required. So let me remove that legend and click on this off button here. Legend is gone away. The size of this text should be increased. So I can just scroll down, increase the size, and now I can resize this donut chart like this. So that's a simple donut chart. I should give a title here because we cannot understand what exactly it is. So I can just write here as category sales or category profit, because here I have the profit option. So I'll go to this format option here and try to search title and write here as profit by category. It is already there, but the font color is black. So I'll make it as white, and some cosmetic changes like middle alignment increase the font size. So this is one donut chart for profit by category. Now I can simply right click, copy that visual, and I can click here on and home menu bar. I can just click on paste. This will create one more visual. So I have just copy pasted that thing, and I have to resize that like this. Select that, resize this. This is profit by category. Let me delete that, and I'll put here as segment. So this is profit by segment. Again, I'll paste one more and try to resize that. Let me remove that, and instead of that, I can just duplicate this chart here. So this is profit by segment. I should make this as region. So I'll select the option region from here, deselect segment, or drag and drop region. Remove segment. So this is profit by region. Here, let me resize this text box. Now the only thing I have to do is apply some borders so I can differentiate. So borders should be available here, borders option. And I think I should round off the borders so it gives a good feel. That's a new feature for rounding up the borders. The border color I've rounded, but it is black color. So I can just go back, select the border color as white. Click outside. You see that's a border color here. Now if I want to apply the same formatting everywhere, select that particular visual and go to this Format Painter and paste it. Format Painter, and you can just paste it. So you can also paste the formatting on all the visuals here at one go. So this has created, you can look after the alignment part, cosmetic part. So you see, right-hand side, 3 visuals are created. We'll see about the colors, but let's see how to create this line chart and this bar chart. So I'll click outside, click on the simple stacked bar chart, and try to put it here. So here I can just bring a subcategory into the axis, profit into values. This is created. I'll remove the background. I can go to Format and remove that background. Somewhere make it as off. The font color or data labels, I'll make it as on. The color for data labels. And the x-axis should be white color. And these values which are given should be in white color font. So data labels, I can select the option as white. You see, the white color would be there in x-axis. I can go and select the option as white color here, x-axis. So this was x-axis. I made a mistake. So I have to go again to y-axis option and make this as white color. These are both white color. Now I should give a title, so it is properly readable that these are profit by subcategory. So to do that, I have to go to this little title option and try to write profit by subcategory. It is already written, but the font color is black. So I'll make it as white color. And I think I should increase the size of this text here. Let me increase the text size. Profit by subcategory, right? That's very simple. Now the other part, I should apply a border. So instead of applying from scratch, let me pick up this visual, click on Format Painter, and then click on this visual here. So the borders would be automatically applied here. Okay, but what happened? The labels have gone away. So select that again. I can go to Format and on this data labels. Now, about that line chart. If I want to create a line chart, I can just go back and click on this line chart here. And here I will just drag and drop. So it is properly resizable here. Now I can just bring order date into this box. And also I'll try to bring profit here. Order date and profit. It's only by year. Let me make it by quarters. So I can just click on this 4th button to expand. Now what I can do is I can just copy the formatting from this chart. Select that chart, Format Painter, and I can just click on this part here. So you see, formatting is copied, the x-axis, y-axis, and the heading properly organized here. Now the other part is I have to let me open that visual. This is the part here. Now I have to bring here a slicer on the left-hand side. This is for state. You see, these are different states. So I'll click on outside, click on this slicer option, and try to resize it properly. And I'll put here state, drag and drop state into this slicer. Again, formatting is required. So let me select that chart, Format Painter, and paste it over here. Okay, so you can see it's pasted here. So before that, I think I should show you something. Ctrl+Z. After that, I can show you the checkboxes. I have to select I can only select one state at a time. If you want to select multiple states, I can go to Format, go to this Selection Control, and off this multi-select with Control. And the other part is now I can just go back and make the background off. The size should be increased. So I can go to Items, increase the size, and I think the font color should be white. So it's not visible. I can click on Font Color and make it as white. Okay, let's see how to create this line chart and this bar chart. So I'll click outside, click on the simple stacked bar chart, and try to put it here. So here I can just bring a subcategory into the axis, profit into values. This is created. I'll remove the background. I can go to Format and remove that background. Somewhere, make it as off. The font color or the data labels, I'll make it as on. The color for data labels. And the x-axis should be white color. And these values which are given should be in white color font. So data labels, I can select the option as white. You see, the white color would be there in x-axis. I can go and select the option as white color, x-axis. So this was y-axis. I made a mistake. So I have to go again to the y-axis option and make this as white color. These both are white. Now I should give a title, so it is properly readable that these are profit by subcategory. So to do that, I have to go to this title option and try to write profit by subcategory. It is already written, but the font color is black, so I'll make it as white. And I think I should increase the size of this text here. Let me increase the text size. Profit by subcategory, right? That's very simple. Now the other part, I should apply a border. So instead of applying from scratch, let me pick up this visual. Click on Format Painter and then click on this visual here. So the borders would be automatically applied here. Okay, but what happened? The labels have gone away. So select that again. I can go to Format and on these data labels. Now, about the line chart, if I want to create a line chart, I can just go back and click on this line chart here. And I will just drag and drop. So it is properly resizable here. Now I can just bring all the data into this box. And I'll also try to bring profit here. Order date and profit. It's only by year. Let me make it by quarters. So I can just click on this fourth button to expand. Now what I can do is I can just copy the formatting from this chart. Select that chart, Format Painter, and I can just click on this part here. So you see, formatting is copied. The x-axis, y-axis, and the heading properly organized here. Now the other part is I have to let me open that visual. This is the part here. Now I have to bring here a slicer on the left-hand side. This is for state. You see, these are different states. So I'll click outside, click on this slicer option, and try to resize it properly. And I'll put state here. Drag and drop state into this slicer. Again, formatting is required. So let me select that chart, Format Painter, and paste it over here. Okay, so you can see it's pasted here. So before that, I think I should show you something. Control Z. After that, I can show you that the checkboxes I have to select I can only select one state at a time. If you want to select multiple states, I can go to Format, go to this selection control, and off this multi-select with Control. And the other part is now I can just go back and make the background off. The size should be increased, so I can go to Items, increase the size, and I think the font color should be white, so it's not visible. So I can click on Font Color and make it as white. Okay, that's the font color here. So these are all the states I can select one by one, and all the visuals will get filtered. There's a clear button on the top, which you have to click on. This clear, it will get clear. I know it's not visible. Some changes you have to apply there from the format. You'll get some option. Now the remaining part is if I go back to the report. I have to create a simple table where it shows about the subcategory, region, and sales. Subcategory, region, and sales. So let me open that report. I know the space is much smaller, so let me expand it. When I hide the other fields, you can see the size increases of this window. Let me try to increase the page size. I can go to Visualization and click outside on the blank space. Make sure you click outside. Click on this format and you can go to page size. Here in page size, you can select the option custom. There are different options, and let me increase the width here as, let's say, 2,500. You can see the size is increased, and on the right-hand side, I can use the space. Okay, same way. If you want to increase the height as well, height, I think it's perfect. You don't have to increase much. But let me try to resize those visuals. This is again a cosmetic part. Time doesn't go in creating charts, but this takes a lot of time. Now I can just move it on the right-hand side here. Make sure the first should be the bottom chart, and this is the top chart here. Now, I have some space to create a table. To create a table, I'll click outside, go to this visualization, click on this table option here, and I'll open the fields. And I'll bring here subcategory. Select this subcategory checkbox. Select this region checkbox and sales. So actually, it was not a table. It was a matrix. So my mistake. I've clicked on this table. Actually, I should have selected the second option, matrix. So I'll click on this matrix option, and this is a simple matrix. Now, the background formatting font, you can change everything. I can go to this format option, and you can see there is a style option. Ready-made styles are available. I can select the option as minimal, or I can select flashy rows, sparse. Yeah, this is what it was there in the previous place. Let me again resize that properly. Now I'll just minimize here. So you see, I have some space for the cards. So this is the report I have. In this report, you see I have these cards. How to create some cards we have seen in the previous sections. So this card can be for sales, profit, and quantity. Let me go back to the report. And to create a card, I'll just click outside, click on this visualization, click on this 1, 2, 3, which is a card. I know the size is increased for the card. Let me reduce the size. Make sure it fits properly into this area. I'll just drag sales into this box, sales into this field, and do some changes, cosmetic changes. So one best practice, I'll tell you that first format the one card. Then you just duplicate the cards. Okay, so I'll just click on format and change the background. Background, I'll make it as off. The title or the data label should be white color. So you see the white color will come here, and I think the size should be increased, text size. After that, somewhere, if you see, there's a category option. The category as well. I'll make it as a white color. So this is the category. When I say category, that's the name of the category. So now I think size also should be increased. Well, let me decrease first the size here. Now I'll just go back and I'll also apply the borders. So that's a border. I'll make it as on. And here I can just decrease the radius. The radius should be white color, or the border should be white color. So I'll go to format. In this border, I can select the option as white color. So now I can just copy. I can click on copy. I can click on paste. So that's the second. Again, paste. That's the third one. So they all three are sales. I should select this second card and remove the sales and drag and drop profit. Select the third one. Remove that sales and drag and drop quantity. So that's quantity. And I can just try to expand the size here. And you see, this is a simple report which is created. Now this report is ready and we can publish this report online. Okay, let me remove this. So this report will be publishing online. And if you observe, it was not that difficult. We have seen how to create this chart report separately in different videos. But this is the time where I'm combining everything and creating a simple report. And you can create any visuals. I've taken very, very basic visuals, just charts, donut charts, pie charts. You can keep on adding advanced visuals as well. Okay, and then we can publish it. So that's it for the time being. I hope you've understood how to create a simple Superstore report that we will publish online, and see the other videos. Let us see how to create an account in Power BI Service, since we want to publish this report, what we have created in the previous video. So if you want to publish this report online in Power BI Service, you need an account first of all. Let us see how to create an account now. That's the topic, create an account. Here we have a Publish button in the Home tab. Now when I click on this Publish button, it will ask me, do you want to save some changes? I'll say yes. And later on, it will give me a window for login. Okay, this is the login window, and it will ask me to enter username or email ID, and then the password. But since I do not have an account, I'm doing it for the first time. To create an account, there is a ready-made link given at the bottom. Need an account? Try it for free. So I'll click on this link at the bottom, and I can just sign up with some email ID. Some email ID, I mean to say you need to have some corporate email ID account, some organization email ID account, or university email ID account. In simple language, no Gmail, no Yahoo, and no Outlook. So you cannot use these email IDs. No Gmail, no Yahoo, no Outlook, and the other ones. If you have any company email ID, some college, university email ID.com, only then will it work. So I have an email ID, and I'll just paste that email ID here, and I can click on Sign Up. So make sure you have some email ID. And if you do not have some organization email ID, see the link in the description below. You'll get some help. Now I'll just click on Yes button here, and what will happen is it will ask me to enter the username or the first name, last name, and I'll enter a password here. And then I have to enter a verification code. They will send me a verification code. Let me check. I have received a verification email at the bottom. Yeah, that's a verification code you can see. Go back to that online and I can enter it. It will 482696. Do you want to send an invitation to other team members also? Okay, I'll just save this username and password. So if you have some colleagues in your company, you can send email address or you can invite them. So right now I don't have any colleagues over here. I'll click on Skip button. Now what will happen, this will create an account automatically, and you can see Power BI Service user interface. Okay, it will take some seconds, sometimes depending upon your account. So I'll just click on this button, Sign In, and in this will open your Power BI Service account. Okay, that's a Power BI service where you can share and publish. So you see, that's the first screen here on the left-hand side. This is important for us. You see, these are the options here. Home, Resend, Favorites, Apps, and Share with Me. Right now, we are interested in these workspaces and My Workspace. What is the workspace? Consider workspace as a folder. Okay, folder on your laptop so that you can store some data, some files into that. So here, if I click on My Workspace, let me click on My Workspace. So here it is given as nothing. It is not there. Nothing is there. So it's asking me to create a report by getting some data. Or if I click on Workspaces, you see there is no workspace. But I can create a workspace here. You see, I can create a workspace. So that is another part here. But now what I'll be doing is I have created an account successfully. I'll be showing you how to publish a report from Power BI Desktop to Power BI Online application. That is this Power BI service. Okay, that in the next video. But for the time being, I hope you have understood how to create an account on Power BI Service. Now, let us see how to publish a report from Power BI Desktop to Power BI Service. So I have two sheets. One is section 10 topics and one is page 1. Let me rename that page as Superstore Report. And one more page I'll create simply, and I'll just try to add here some funnel chart. And I'll put here subcategory sales, a simple funnel chart. And it's not required, but I'll tell you what would be visible on the screen. Yeah, a simple funnel chart here. Now I'm ready, so I can just publish here. I can just click on this publish button, and when I click on that, it will ask me username and password. I have already created an account, and I have the username, or that's the email ID, and then I can click on sign in. Enter the password, and this will publish the report, right? So I'll enter the password here, click on the sign in button. So you see, I have the option as select a destination. So the destination name is given as my workspace. Now, what is a workspace? It is nothing but a folder. Okay? A folder where you can store all the workbooks, dashboards, and data sets, everything. Now, there can be different workspaces. One team member can be assigned to different workspaces or different projects. So every project person might create one folder, or every department person can create one folder. HR, finance, banking, etc. Or inside HR, there can be different folders. So right now, we have just my workspace. That is the folder. I can click on select button. So this will take some time, depending upon the size of your report and the number of charts you have. Then it will quickly publish the report on Power BI Service. After publishing, you can see there is a message which is given. It's a success. The Power BI report is published, and see the name of this workbook is Section 10. Okay, Section 10 Publishing. This is actually my workbook name. Okay, my file name, which I have saved. Now to open that or to jump to Power BI Service, just click on this link over here. And this will open Power BI Service on your default browser, okay? Power BI Service on a default browser. And you can see the entire workbook or entire PBIX file would be published, okay? And you can see these are 3 sheets. I have 3 pages. If I open this sample Superstore report, so this is a report which I published. Now the question is whether it is interactive. Let me cross-check. And if you see, it is interactive. When you publish any report online, it is definitely interactive. You see interactivity will be there. And also you can see, if you see, I have page 1 here. The funnel chart, which I created, is visible in section 10. Also, all the topics which I'll be showing you in this section will be visible here. Okay, now that's very simple publishing reports on Power BI Service account. Okay, this one you can share with other colleagues. You can download and do many, many things. So, in this video, we'll see how to work on the split and trim function. I have one column where all the text is combined into one column like this. A column, and I want to split it into 3 different columns. So you can see we have Pimpri, Pune, Maharashtra. These are 3 different place names, and they are concatenated together. Similarly, I have Feswat, Lucknow, and Utah. Let's split that. And also, when I split, you can see there's an unwanted space. How do I remove the unwanted space? Okay, using the trim function. So let us practically see in Power BI. The name of the table is text split trim. You can see the name is text to split trim. I'll import this table from Power BI. So let me close this file and I'll open Power BI. Make sure you close the file when you are importing the data, okay? So here, if you observe right now, I have only text merge. Now I can click on Get Data Excel, Power Query Text Functions. Open that. I'm doing it again and again, so you can become habitual with that. So we have split trim. You see text split entry. Select that table, okay? So you see this is a table icon, which I've shown you earlier. And this one would be the sheet icon. These are all sheet icons. So select that table and click on Transform Data. Splitting is very easy in Power BI. So here comes the Power Query. Select that column which you want to split and go to Transform Column. Now, in this Transform column, you have to see all the text functions would be available in this box, okay? In this text column. So here we want to split. So I'll click on Split by Delimiter. Now in this case, the delimiter is comma. So if I click on by delimiter, and it will ask me, what is the delimiter? So by default, it has selected the delimiter as comma. Okay, so here I don't have to select the delimiter. It's very smart. Next one, it is asking me, do you want each occurrence of the delimiter? Definitely, in this case, I want all the columns. Sometimes, if you do not want all the columns, you can choose some option like leftmost or rightmost, and so on. So here, I don't have to do anything. Just click on OK button. Now, you see just a few button clicks and I've got the answer here. Here I can just rename the columns. Here as location, I can say as place. I can say city, and this one as state. Now, also, if you want to remove the unwanted spaces in this column, you can just select those 2 columns or whatever columns you have. Then you can go to that Formats tab, and there's an option given as Trim. Okay, so if you click on this Trim, the unwanted spaces would be removed. Here we don't have the unwanted spaces. It's removed. However, I'll just delete this step. If you do not want, you can delete the step. Delete the step. Delete. Now, there is no undo in Power Query. There is no Control plus Z in Power Query. You can only delete the steps from here. So I can just delete the steps. Okay. If you want to again repeat the process, you can just go to Transform tab, split column by delimiter, and comma is selected here by default. Click on OK. So this will split. And I have to again rename that column like place and city. And the third one, last one is state. So now I can just click on Home tab and click on Close and Apply. After Close and Apply, that particular table would be loaded. And here you can see on the right hand side, the table is given here, which is text split. Now this table is no longer a table. It is a query. So if I open this, this becomes a query here. Okay, so this icon stands for query. Now I can simply drag and drop. Let's say city, and I can drag this sales into this box. And these are sales by city. Okay, and it has automatically created a map. No need to do anything. It has automatically created a map. The reason it created a map was because the column was named as city. If the column is named as city, state, country, postal code, PIN code, then it will automatically consider it as a geographical data type. Okay, now that we have seen earlier in the previous sections, so this has created a simple map. If you do not want a map, you want a table, simply click on Table. This will convert into a tabular format. Let us see how to work on uppercase, lowercase, and propercase functions in Power Query in Power BI. Now, they are very simple, but still, you need to learn how to work on that. I have an example. You can see this table is there. Purposely, I've distorted the data. Usually, when you're working in a company, you never get a clean data. You have to clean that. 70% of your time goes in cleaning data. So here is an example. I have highlighted all the values in yellow color. You can see Vihan Kumar. You can see there's a double A, capital, double N at the end. There's a capital R. And here, if you see, there's a Den Chek Puja. So at the end, a triple K capital, J a capital, and some are lowercase. So what do I want? I want to clean this data. Either all should be uppercase, either all should be lowercase, or in a proper case. How do we do that? So let's do that. The name of the table here is text upper lower. I have given the name here. Let me pick up this table into Power BI. So I'll close this file, get data, and click on Excel. So here I can select that file and click on Open, and I'll pick up that table here. You can pick up all the tables in one go. But I'm just repeating so you can understand properly again and again. You can practice that. So this is the table, text upper lower. Click on Transform Data. Now, once it is loaded into Power Query, I can show you how to work on those upper, lower, and proper. So number one, I'll select all the columns, whichever I want to modify. At the time, you can select many columns. If you want to select all the columns, you can press Ctrl plus A from the keyboard and select all the columns in your table in your query. So I'll select these two columns, Transform tab, and here in the format, I have the first three options, lowercase, uppercase. So let me select lowercase. And if you observe, this has changed everything into lowercase. Okay, all the text into lowercase. I can click on Format and select uppercase here. So you see all the text has been converted. And the third one is capitalize each word. It's nothing but proper case in Power Query. So capitalize each word. First alphabet of every word would be capital. Okay, here capitalize each word. Now, I also think this prefix should be capitalize each word. Whichever steps you're doing, those are getting recorded here. You can see uppercase, then we have lowercase, and capitalize each word. So if you want, you can delete the steps if you do not require. You can delete those steps. And this name is not so good. I can just write as employee names. So this is actually a query name. Okay. This will actually be a query name. You can see query settings. This is a name here. When I click on File menu bar or Home menu bar, close and apply, then this particular query would be loaded. I will not call it as a table. This becomes a query now. So here you can see on the right-hand side that it will be employee names, which are loaded here. You can see employee names. So I can go to a newer sheet and just scroll it like this. I can click outside, expand that employee name. I can drag the first name, I can drag the last name. And you can see it's properly aligned here, and you can use it. So first name, last name, these alike. I can expand and show you properly here. That's the first name and last name in the capitalized each word. Okay, that's it. So I hope you've understood how to work on upper, lower, and proper case in Power Query, Power BI. Let us see how to work on adding a prefix and suffix in Power BI. Prefix and suffix are required, and let us see an example. Here I have a table where the first name and last name are there, and the third column is H. So if I want to add a suffix over here, like 26 years, 30 years at the back end, I can use the Power Query function. Or if I want to write in the suffix, my age is so and so years, I can do that. So let's do that. The name of the table is text prefix suffix. Close the file, bring in Power BI, Get Data Excel, and text functions. So from here, I'll pick up the table that was text prefix suffix and click on Transform Data. Transforming will take you to Power Query. If you click on the Load button, it will take you to Power View. So after I bring here, you can see the H column is there. If I want to add a suffix like 26 years, let me zoom in. Now, I can go to the Transform tab, and you can see in the Format tab, I have Add Suffix. So if I click on Add Suffix, here it will ask me, what suffix do you want to add? So here I can write as space years, and I can click on OK button here. This will add a suffix. The data type of the column has changed to text. If I click on the previous step, you can see the data type. When I say data type, this is 1, 2, 3. It's a whole number. When I click on this other step, now you can see the data type is ABC, which is a text. You don't have to remember or mug up. You can just click on ABC, and you can see these are different data types available. All the different data types. We have a video separately on data types we'll see in detail. Now, this was a suffix. If you want to add a prefix, you can also go to Format and add a prefix here. And I can just write as my name is :space. And I'll click on OK. So this will add a prefix. The options are both present in the Format tab, Add Prefix and Add Suffix. And that's it. Very simple. And if you do not want, you can delete the steps from here always. That's very easy. If you think you made a mistake while writing, you can always click on the small settings button. Okay, the settings button, and you can modify. I can click here and write as my age today is : color and click on it. So you can modify any steps in Power Query. It's very simple. No need to write any function. Finally, I can click on Home, close and apply. But before that, I'll write as employee H and Home, close and apply. So that's it. I hope you've understood how to work on prefix and suffix in Power BI. Let us see the next function we have, like left, right, and mid functions. So if you have observed, we have not used the keyboard for writing the functions, just using button clicks. So if you are a beginner and you're learning how to work on these functions in Power Query, it's very simple. I have an example here. That's a column name, order ID, where it's like CA 2018 some number. So if I want to split this column, or if I want to extract only left or right or middle text, how do I do that? So I have this table named left, right, and mid. Similarly, I'll pick up one more column, which is text with delimiters. So I'll close the file and open this in Power BI and load that data. So this time I'll load 2 tables. There's a reason behind loading 2 examples. If you do not remember the table name, no problem. What you can do is you can always click on the table and see the preview of the data before you pick it up. So I'll pick up these two tables and click on Transform. Here, this Power Query window will open, and let me show you that. So when you have consistent data, like only 2 characters, 3 characters, 4 characters are there, you can go for left, right, and mid functions. Let me show you that. So on the left-hand side, these are all the queries, okay? These are all the queries which are loaded into Power Query. On the right-hand side, these are all the steps which you've recorded here. This would be the name of the query, this would be the preview of your data, and this would be all the functions which are available in the tabs in the Power Query. So that's the user interface of Power Query. I've not explained to you in the first video, because once we do a practical, you'll get an idea. Coming back, the question here is, I want to find out the first 2 characters of this order ID. So, Transform tab, and I can go to this Extract option. Okay, Transform, Extract. And here, if you see, there are many options. So I'll say First Characters. If I click on First Characters, and if I type here 2 and click on OK, from that column, the first 2 characters would be extracted and given here. Now, what about the other last characters or middle characters? That text has gone away, so you cannot bring back because we told them to transform from the existing column. Okay, transform in the same column. You have to do some changes. Actually, I should have told them to add a column of 2 characters separately. So before I jump there, let me show you. See the name of this box? That's a text column. Read this one at the bottom. Text column. This would be a number column, okay? Read the text at the bottom, and this would be something else. This is the date and time column. Okay, so these are functions, 100 functions. If I go to Add Column, you might see the same functions here. That is from text. You see from text. Then we have here from number. Okay, that's from number. And then we have from date and time. Okay, same functions are there. So what is the difference then? The difference would be, let me delete the last step. If I go to Add Column, and if I click on Extract First Characters, Add Column, Extract First Characters, and type 2, if I click on OK, this will add a new column with extracting 2 characters. But if I select the first column, and if I go to Transform tab, Extract First Characters, and if I type 2, click on OK, this will give me in the existing column. So, make sure you use it wisely when to use Add Column and when to use Transform. So, Add Column, and I've extracted those. Now, if I want the last 6 characters, so Add Column, Extract and Last Characters. Remember, Add Column, the last column, I mean 6 characters. Okay, so this would give me the 6 values here, 6 characters. Now, I want the middle text, which is 2018, 17, and 16. So I can go to Extract, I can select the option Range. Range will give me the starting index. I'll type as 3, and I want 4 characters from the third one. So if you are an Excel user, you might understand this left, right, and mid functions. So I'll select these 3 and type here number of characters 4, click on OK, and you can see I've got the text here. So this way you can separate the text using left, right, and mid function. It will work sometimes, and sometimes it won't. In this case, in the other text here, if you try to see, I cannot pick up the left 2 characters, because if I pick up the left 2 characters here, what will happen? I will get this Mr. and Mrs., but I'll not get this Mrs. option. If I use left 2 characters, I cannot use the left 5 characters because this will come, but Johnson will not come. So how do I solve this query? We'll see that in the next video. So for the time being, I hope you've understood how to work on left, right, and mid functions in Power Query. So let's see the next part here of extracting the text between delimeters. Now, we have seen if we want to extract data. We have used left, right, and mid function. But how do we come across this kind of situation? It's very easy in Power Query. Select the column, go to the Add Column tab because I want it in separate columns. Then we have the option Extract. So the first characters, last characters, and range will not work. However, the last three options are there: text before delimiter, text after, and text between. Let me start with text before delimiter. Here, in this case, I want text before delimiter. That is hash. So let me zoom in and you can see there's a hash, which I want text before delimiter. When I click on OK, you can see everywhere, wherever the possible things were required are visible. So I'm getting as Mr., Miss, Mrs. everywhere. Same way, if I want text between delimiter, that is the first name, I mean to say here is Joseph, which is coming between hash and the rate here, which is given as power, which is between hash and at the rate. So I might go to Add Column, Extract, and select the option Text between delimiters. And I can put here as hash and at the rate. Hash and at the rate. And I'll just click on the OK button. So this will give me the text between those delimiters. And the last one, I want text after delimiter, as at. So extract text after delimiter, and I can click on, or I can type as at the rate, and click on OK. So this will give me or separate the text in the proper way. So this would be very useful if you are using Excel as well. This cleaning requires a lot of time in any tool you pick up. Any tool like SQL, Oracle, Excel. You have to write some function, write some language, difficult. Here, just button click. You'll get the answer. Now, if you think this column is not required, the first column, right click and I can just remove that column. And I can rename this column as prefix, this column as first name, and this one as last name. Now, after renaming this column, I think I should merge those columns. So select the first column, Control, click second, Control, click third, in the proper sequence. If I click on Add Column, Merge Columns, it will add a fourth column that will combine all the columns. But I want to replace these three columns. So I should go to Transform and then click on Merge Columns. Transform, Merge Columns, separator should be space, and the column name should be full name. And I can click on OK button. So you see unclean data, which was on the third step. You see the third step, unclean data. You see focus here. This one unclean data, which has been cleaned on the last step, merge column. You see how properly it has been cleaned. And the best part is no keyboard, just button clicks. So that's it. I hope you've understood how to work on extracting text with delimiters. Welcome back to the newest section on Power Query, focusing on date functions in Power BI. There are approximately 30 date functions in Power Query that you can use with just button clicks. Apart from those 30 functions, there are 100 more functions where you can write some function and use it. But let's focus on those 30 functions and how we can use them. Some of the important functions include finding out the year, quarter, month, and day. This is just the beginning. We'll explore more functions in the upcoming videos, such as finding the difference between dates, identifying the earliest or latest date, determining the name of the day and month, identifying the day of the week or year or month, and calculating age in just 2 button clicks. Now let's see how to find out the year, quarter, month, and day from a particular date. I have an Excel file with 7 tables containing different dates. I'll pick up all those tables because we'll require them in the coming videos. After importing the tables into Power BI, I'll start with the first table, which contains a simple date column named Date 1. I want to find out 4 things from this column: the year, quarter, month, and day. First, let's focus on extracting the year. I'll select the column and go to the Add Column tab. Then choose the Year function from the drop-down menu. This will extract the year from the date column. Next, I'll repeat the process to extract the quarter, month, and day. For the quarter, I'll select the column again and choose the Quarter of the Year function. Similarly, I'll select the column to extract the month using the Month function and the day using the Day function. It's important to note that I'm selecting the original date column each time because the date functions only work with data date types. If I select a derived column, the date functions will be disabled. After applying these functions, I'll have separate columns for the year, quarter, month, and day extracted from the original date column. These steps are recorded on the right-hand side of the Power Query window, where I can modify or delete them as needed. That's it for extracting date components from a date column using Power Query. Stay tuned for more videos exploring additional date functions in Power BI. In this video, we'll explore how to find the difference between dates and determine the earliest and latest dates between two columns using Power Query. Let's continue from where we left off with the previous data imported into the Power Query editor. We have two columns named Date 1 and Date 2 in the table named Date 2. Let's examine a few dates from these columns. In one example, we have the dates 21st of February 2020 and 12th of February 2020. The first column has the larger date, while the second column has the smaller date. In another example, we have the dates 10th of March and 30th of March. Here, the second column has the smaller date, and the first column has the larger date. First, let's find out the difference between these two columns. We'll select both columns, then go to the Add Column tab, choose the Date option, and select Subtract Date. This will give us the difference between the dates without writing any code. Next, let's determine which date is the earliest between the two columns. We'll again select both columns and then go to the Date option and choose Earliest. This will identify and display the earliest date among the selected columns. Similarly, if we want to find the latest date between the two columns, we'll select both columns, go to the Date option and choose Latest. This will identify and display the latest date among the selected columns. These operations can be performed with just a few button clicks in Power Query, making it a quick and efficient method compared to writing complex functions in Excel or other programming languages. That's it for finding the difference between dates and determining the earliest and latest dates using Power Query. In this topic, we'll learn how to find the name of the day, such as Sunday, Monday, etc., and the name of the month, such as January, February, March, etc., using Power Query. Let's continue with the table named Day 3 that we've already loaded into Power Query. This table contains a simple column with dates, and it's crucial that the data type of the column is set to Date. To find the name of the day, we'll add a new column. Select the Add Column tab, then choose the Date option and select Day. From there, you'll find an option for Name of the Day. Clicking on this option will automatically display the name of the day for each date in the column. You'll see names like Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and so on. Similarly, to find the name of the month, select the Month option from the Date menu. You'll find an option for Name of the Month. Click on this option will display the name of the month for each date in the column, such as Jan, Feb, March, etc. If you only want the first 3 characters of the day or month names, you can easily extract them. Select the column containing the day or month's names, then go to the Transform tab. From there, choose the Extract option and select First Characters. Enter 3 as the number of characters to extract and click OK. This will extract the first 3 characters of each day or month by name. By following these steps, you can efficiently find and extract the names of the days and months in Power Query without the need for complex formulas or coding. That's it for finding the name of the day and month using Power Query. In this video, we'll explore additional functions related to dates in Power Query. We'll learn how to find out the day of the week, month, and year, as well as determine the week of the month or the year. Let's dive into the practical demonstration using the Date For column, which contains a sample list, a simple list of dates. To find out which day of the month it is, go to the Add Column tab, select the Date option, and choose Day. This will show you the numerical day of the month, such as 10th, 11th, 13th, etc. To determine which day of the week you're on, select the Day of the Week option. The values returned will typically range from 0 to 6, with 0 representing Sunday and 6 representing Saturday. If you're unsure about the mapping, you can verify by adding a step to find out the name of the day, which will clarify that 0 corresponds to Sunday, 1 to Monday, and so on. Once you've understood the mapping, you can remove the step used to find out the name of the day. Use the Day of Year function to find out which day of the year it is. This function will return the numerical day of the year. To determine which week of the year you're in, select the Week of Year option. This will give you the week number within the year, such as the 11th week or 8th week. Lastly, you can find out which week of the month you're in by selecting the Week of Month option. This will provide you with the week number within the month. These 5 functions are straightforward to use in Power Query and can provide valuable insights into date-related data without the need for complex calculations or formulas. That's it for the additional date functions in Power Query. Now, imagine if you have a date and time column in one place, and if you only want to extract either date or time. There are many methods to do that, but Power Query is one of the simplest methods. It will give you just button clicks. So let's see how to extract date from date and time. Okay, so we have loaded data already. The table name is data 5, or the query name is date 5. I have a column named as date and time. Let me zoom in, and you can see there is a date and time given properly. And the date and the data type of this column, if I click on this button here, and the data type of this is, and the data type is date and time. Okay, now if I only want to extract date, I can go to Add Column, Date option, and there's an option Date Only. So the moment I click, only date will be extracted, and the data type is also given as date. Suppose if I only want to extract time, I will select that date and time column, and you can see time option is enabled. In the previous videos, if you see, it was disabled. So now I can select time and click on time only. So you see what has happened. It has extracted time and see the date data type of this column. Okay, and they are both matching with the data type here. Okay, so you can quickly extract data and time separately and use it. Now suppose you don't require this column. You can right-click and remove that column quickly. Right-click and remove that column, and you can use those dates and time separately. I hope you've understood how to extract date and time from date and time column. Let's explore how to calculate age in Power Query with just 2 button clicks, provided you have the date of birth in a proper date format. This process is incredibly straightforward and efficient. Assuming you've already loaded the data with the date of birth stored in one column, such as the Date 6 table containing Indian cricket players' names and their respective dates of birth. To calculate their age, select the column containing the date of birth and navigate to the Add Column tab. Now, all you need to do is click on the Age button. This action will create a new column displaying the age in terms of the number of days. However, age in days may not be the preferred format for everyone. To display the age in years, ensure the column is selected and go to the Duration section. Here, select the Total Years option. This will calculate the age based on years, providing a more conventional representation. If you wish to remove the decimal part and display the age as a whole number, click on the decimal part, for example 1.2, and choose the option to display as a whole number. With these 2 simple button clicks, you can effortlessly calculate the age of individuals in your data set, making data analysis and reporting tasks much more efficient. That's how you can calculate age in Power Query with just a couple of button clicks, simplifying the process significantly. Once you've calculated the age column, you might want to perform some cleaning tasks. If you wish to remove the age column, simply right-click on it and select the Remove option. Alternatively, if you want to add a suffix to the age column, such as indicating years old, you can do so easily. Navigate to the Transform tab, where you'll find the Format option. Click on Add Suffix and enter your desired suffix, like years old. This will append the suffix to each age value in the column. For instance, if Anjikaya Rahain is 32 years old and Anjit Agaka is 43 years old, the age column will display 32 years old and 43 years old respectively. Importantly, if you open the file next year, the ages will automatically update. This automatic updating is because the age calculation is connected to your system date. Therefore, you don't need to manually refresh the data every year. It will refresh automatically. In summary, by following just 2 button clicks, you can efficiently calculate ages and manage the age column in your dataset, making the process seamless and hassle-free. Here we'll see something more interesting, and this will be useful for financial people who work for accounting, finance, or other departments. Now, an example I'll give, my date of birth is on the 30th of March 2003. If I want to find out which day of the month my date of birth was, which day of the month, I can say 30, 3, 0. Which day of the quarter I was born? Difficult. Which day of the year I was born? Again, difficult. So we'll solve these questions. We'll find out this answer by using Power Query. Very simply in button clicks. I repeat which day of the month I was born. I can find out which day of the quarter I was born. Which day of the year I was born, again, is difficult to calculate. So the same thing can be done in Power Query easily. I'll go back to my Power Query, which I've already loaded, that I will just rename as date 7. So here we have date of birth. Let me zoom it in. Now suppose I want to find out which day of the month. I can just go to Add Column, Date, and I can write here as just day. I can select the option as day. So this will give me day of the month. Okay, very simple. Day of the month. So let's say we have Deepak, or let's say we have Anuma. We have 13th of October, so the day is 30, but which day of the quarter he was born? Difficult to say. So there's one method we can just find out. One thing I can do is go to Date option and go to this place. Let's say here and click on Start of Year. Okay, so if I click on Start of Year, see what happens. This will give me a start of that particular year. For example, 6/6/1998 was the start of the year. It was 1/1/1988. Okay, if the date was 11th of October 1993, the start of the year was the 1st of January 1993. Now it might sound like it is not useful, but if I want to find out the difference between these two, the start of the year and your date of birth, it will give you the day on which you were born of the year. Okay, I repeat. Suppose I select these two columns, the date of birth, control click, start of here, and I can go to this date option and click on subtract days. So this will give you the day of the year in which you were born. So let's say a simple example here. If you see this person who's Buhan Veshwar, he was born on 5th of February, which was the 35th day of the year. It's very simple to calculate here. Let me rename this as day of the year. Day of year, I can remove this column right now, which is of no use. One more example. This will give you a clear picture. I want to find out these people were born on which day of the quarter. Which day of the quarter? So I have to subtract this particular day, that this is date of birth minus start of the quarter. Minus start of the quarter. So select that column and click on quarter, start of the quarter. So this will give me start of the quarter here. Let me zoom it. And if you see 11th of October is what is the start of the quarter. You see 1st of October is start of the quarter. Let me randomly pick up something. 7th of August. And what is the start of the quarter? We have 1st of July. So July starts as 1st. Now I can simply select that column and start of quarter. Then I can click on subtract. So this will give me day of quarter. This you have to practice a lot, and then you'll get it. So I can just right click and remove that column. So this, as I said, this is only for people who work in finance. You know this department, they want to find out which day of quarter, which day of the year. They will find it very useful. So that's very simple and easy. Button clicks. Only no coding is required. But you have to understand logic. But I hope you have understood how to find out the day of year, quarter, and month in Power Query. Let's explore how to round up numbers in Power Query. We usually encounter some numbers with many decimals, and sometimes we want to round them up or down. They are straightforward to implement in Power Query. Let's see that practically. Here we have the same data set which I've used in the previous section. I will duplicate this query. This is known as a query. I'll duplicate it, and here I can name it round. You can see there is a column, profit. I'll just keep this column and remove other columns for the time being. What I want to do is I want to round up, round down, or round. 3 functions there. Let's see the first one. If I want to round down, I'll select the column, go to the Add Column tab, and here we have the rounding option. 3 options are there. If I just click on this round down, see what happens. Round down will give you the lowest value, even if the value is 41.91. It will round down to the lowest value. One more example. If you see 5.78, if you round, usually you should get a 6. But round down will give you the lowest value purposely, and it will remove the decimal format. On the other hand, we have round up. I'll select that same column, the first column, and click on round up. This will give you the highest value. Even if the value is somewhere, let me find out. Yes, so we have here 219.5, any value. It will round up to the highest one, 220. So it will add +1. Even if it is 0.00001, it will give you one value here. So round up will give you the highest value. The last option is round. I'll select the first column and give the option as round here. It will round it up to whatever decimals you specify. For example, if I say, give me only 1 decimal, or let's say 2 decimals, and if I click on OK button, you can see at the end, I have only 2 decimal values. Only 2 decimal values. So you can delete that step, and if you want, you can modify again. I can create again the round option and give the option as 3, or let's say 1. When I click on OK, you can see all the numbers will have only 1 decimal. Very simple. Also, there's a settings button. You can always click on that setting button and modify that. Very simple. That's it. I hope you have understood how to work on round options in Power Query, Power BI. Let's explore some more examples of number functions in Power Query. We'll find out whether the number is an even number, an odd number, or determine the sign of that number, positive or negative. Let's see that practically. I'll use the same set of data. Let me duplicate that query. Right-click on Number Table and select Duplicate. Now from this entire set of columns, I'll only pick the Profit column. Right-click on the Profit column and remove other columns for the time being. Here I want to find out whether the number is even or odd. But before I do that, I'll make it a whole number. So I'll select the option to format it as a whole number. Now, I'll select the column, go to the Add Column tab, and choose the Information option. If I click on this drop-down, you'll see these options. One is odd. Let me check on is odd. This will give you the answer in true and false, whether the number is odd or even. So if the number is even, it will give you true. If odd, it will give you false. Similarly, I can select the same column and go for is even. It will give me a true answer if it is an even number. You can see if the number is odd, which is 7, it is giving me the value as true. On the top, you can see is even and is odd. The data type of this column is not a number or text. It's a Boolean data type. It's true, false, or I can say it's a Boolean data type. One more thing. If I select the column, you can see there are some values which are not profitable. They are in loss, like minus 383. So if I want to quickly find out which ones are profitable and which ones are in loss, I can select the column and click on the sign option. Here, when I click on sign, I will get -1 for negative numbers and +1 for positive numbers. If the number is 0, you will get 0. Negative will give -1, positive will give +1, and 0 values will give you 0. What is the advantage of this sign option? Suppose if you only want the positive numbers or profitable values, you can click on this drop down and deselect the negative numbers. Click on OK. These are all the profitable values that are given. Very simple. And if you don't want, delete that step and come back. That's it. I hope you have understood how to work on is even, is odd, and find out the sign of a number. Hello everyone, and welcome back to this new section in Power BI on how to append datasets. This section is divided into 5 videos, each covering different scenarios. These scenarios address common questions I encounter during training sessions. The first scenario demonstrates how to append multiple CSV files from a folder, even if there are 20, 30, or 40 CSV files. This process can be done in just 3 button clicks without any coding, making it accessible to anyone. Similarly, the videos cover appending different Excel tables or sheets from one file, as well as different tables from data Excel files. Additionally, the videos show how to append data from various sources, such as Excel, CSV, SQL, or Oracle, using simple button clicks without coding. Another scenario covers appending multiple Excel files in one folder, which can be done in 7 to 8 button clicks without coding. The beauty of these methods is that they are simple and anyone can learn them, making data management and analysis tasks in Power BI more efficient for real-time scenarios. Let's dive into a practical demonstration of how to append multiple CSV files one below the other. Imagine you receive multiple CSV files every day or every month. You can collect all these files into one folder and then append them in Power Query in Power BI in just 3 button clicks. This process is straightforward, provided the data is clean, meaning there are no errors. Let's see how to do this practically using an example folder named Monthly Sales File, which contains CSV files named based on the month, such as April 2020 and February 2020, and so on. Based on month-wise, I have given the file names. These are all CSV files. Let me open any one CSV file and show you what data I have. If I double-click on April 2020, you can see the data is very simple. And purposely, I've kept it very small, so you can see that the data is not extensive. There are hardly 10 records. The first column includes the date, client names, and sales in billion. These are all the client names I've kept, along with the date and sales figures, with no additional information. I only have one sheet, named April 2020. In CSV files, we don't have sheets, but since I've opened it in Excel, it's showing April 2020 as the sheet name. So I'll close this without saving. Let's open another file, such as March 2020, and you'll see the same 10 records. The values might be different, and the name is different, indicating it's for the month of March, 03. If you count here, there are 6 files, and each CSV file is having 10 records. So, the output I should get is 60 records, 6 files, 10 records each. Select that path. OK. Copy that URL or the path of the folder where all the files are kept. Come to Power BI Get Data, and click on this More button. In this More button, you can import data from many data sources, but we want only from a single folder. I cannot select a CSV because it's not a single CSV. It's the entire folder. Okay, select the entire folder. Click on Connect. Make sure you have only CSV files in this case study. Okay, now I can just paste the path, Ctrl+V, and click on OK. Now you can see it is showing us that there are 6 files, and all are CSV files, and some information related to data that when it was created and modified. Now I can show you different methods you can combine. Here you can see there's a Combine option. I can click on Combine. We have 2 options: Combine and Transform and Combine and Load. If you click on Combine and Transform, it will combine and go to Power Query. If I click on Combine and Load, it will combine and come to Power View. That means directly for creating charts. But let us go to Combine and Transform Data, and it will open Power Query. All the sheets or all the files would be appended one below the other. So this you can ignore for the time being, and you can click on the OK button. I'll show you the meaning of that window in the next video. And you can see a separate Power Query window would be open in my taskbar. And something happened. This I have not done. It has come by default. These steps, also I have not done anything, but automatically it has been recorded. This is the name of the folder from where I picked up the file. These 3 columns were present in my source file. Each file and how many records we have is given at the bottom, 60 rows. These are 60 rows from which file they are picked up will be given into this column. If I click on this drop down, it will tell me what are the sources it has picked up the data from. March, April, May, June, July, or whatever months there are. Let us cross-check. If I go to Add Column, or if I go to Transform and click on this button, which is Count Rows, you can see the number of rows right now is 60 rows, 6 files of 10 records. Next month, if you get one more file, you can just add that file to the folder. So, assuming that one more file has come in July, and I've pasted it in that folder, what I have to do is I just have to go to that Power Query. And here in the Home tab, you can see there's a refresh button. This refresh button, if you click and observe, the number of records will change to something different. Let's see. If I click on this refresh button, it will go and check into that folder how many records are present or how many files have been added. And you can see 70 records. So, complete automation. Only one time you have to do the settings, and automatically it will update the dataset here in Power BI Desktop. We have to manually do that with the refresh button, but when I publish it online, it will automatically refresh whenever I specify, like every day, every week, every quarter, whenever I assign that. So this is a complete automation process. Once again, if I go to that folder, if I right-click, copy that file, and paste, assuming a new file has come, July and August 2020, so 10 more records are added. I can go to this Power Query. In the Home tab, if I click on Refresh, you can see it has changed to 80 records. Okay, I can delete the last step, and you can see you'll be getting here as this one is August and July. And I can click on OK. So this is just 30. Imagine the other 30. Your dashboards, your reports will automatically update. If the file is put into the folder, your dashboard and reports will update. And the 30 we'll see in the coming section as well. Right, so that's it. I hope you've understood how to append multiple CSV files in a folder in Power Query in Power BI. Let us see how to append multiple sheets or multiple tables from one single Excel file. So it is possible in Power BI just using button clicks. Nothing more than that. And this can be automated. It's a complete automation process. So, that's a topic we have. How to append multiple Excel tables or sheets from a single file. I have a file, and that's kept in this folder, monthly sales single file, which is an Excel file. It contains annual sales data. Usually, what happens is, every month when the sales happen, a person in the company creates separate sheets and keeps them in one Excel file. So how do we get them one below the other and do it in Power BI? Let's see how to do that. Okay, these are the 7 files you can see. And purposely, I have kept the same or similar data everywhere. The column headings, values, and number of records are the same. So the date column is changing everywhere, and client names are also changing. If you observe, the column names are the same: date, client, and sales in billion. The position of the columns can be anywhere. And the number of columns can be extra or less. That is also not a problem. So let us see practically how to append those 7 sheets into Power Query in Power BI. I'll close that file and I'll open Power BI. Get Data, Excel, and I'll open that file, which is Annual Sales Details. Click on Open. Now when I click on Open, it will show me all the sheets which are present. Since I want everything to be appended, I can select all the sheets. There are 10 records per sheet. If you count, you'll get 10 records here. So 10 into 7. I should get 70 records as an output. 70 sheets and 10 records. I can click on Transform Data. This will load all the 7 sheets into Power Query, and those would be visible in the left-hand side pane. That will be visible here. You can see April to March. Jan to July. These are all 7 months. So now what I can do is, I want to create one more new query where all the sheets will be appended. So I can go to the Home tab, and here we have the option Append Queries. If I click on this drop-down, here are 2 options: Append queries to an existing query, or append a new query. Here, since I want a new query, I'll just click on Append Queries as New. So when I want to append, it will give me choices, like how many queries do you want to append? How many tables, 2 tables, or 3 or more tables? Definitely, I have 6. So I'll select the option 3 or more tables. March is automatically selected because March was highlighted when I clicked on that button. There's no problem, so I can just double-click April, double-click Feb, Jan, July, June, May. So one by one, I have to bring all the queries which I want to append. Okay. So these are 7 sheets. I can click on the OK button. The final output I'll be getting, and the name of the query will be append 1. Okay, I can rename it, and these are all the 3 columns which I had. Okay, and how many records I have? It's given at the bottom. 70 rows are there, 70 records are there. Now, I think I should rename this as Annual Sales 2020. I can click on this, Annual Sales 2020. Now, the best part about this Power Query in BI is, in case in those 7 files any records are added, deleted, or modified, any changes happen. So here, this would be updated. Okay, here I have to click on the refresh button since it's a desktop application. I have to manually click on refresh. But if I publish it online, okay, on the Power BI service, I can do it automatically. Whatever time or whatever schedule you assign, it will do it automatically. Okay, that's very simple. So that's it. I hope you have understood how to append multiple sheets or tables from one single Excel file in Power BI. Let us see an important topic in Power BI. That is how to append multiple Excel sheets or multiple Excel tables in Power BI which have different number of columns. Let us see that practically. So that's a topic here, different numbers or columns. What I've done is I have created an empty blank Power BI file where there are no queries loaded, a fresh new file. And the file is annual sales details. That is different columns. When I open that file, I have a total of 6 sheets in that file. Each sheet is having one table. So if I open this Jan file, you can see there's only one table. Now let us see what data we have. There are 3 columns: date, client, and sales in million. So I have purposely kept very few records, hardly 10 records. Second sheet, if you go, remember the name is first is date, second is client. Second sheet, if you go, the position of the columns have changed. First is client, and then it's date. Okay, third sheet. If I go, I have one extra column named as remarks. Fourth sheet. April is the same, nothing different. Fifth sheet is also the same, and the sixth sheet is having one extra column named as profit. Okay, so some places the column position is different. Some places the columns are extra. And how do we overcome them? How do we append those in Power BI? Let us see practically. Remember the name annual sales details in brackets, different columns. I'll close this file and open Power BI. A blank file, get data, Excel. I can open that Excel file and click on Open. Here it will give me options. Do you want to import tables or do you want to import sheets? Whichever you want, you can pick up. It is suggested to go for tables rather than sheets. Okay, so here, what I can do is you can see these are all the tables, and at the bottom, these are all the sheets. Okay, you can see the icons will be different for the tables and sheets. So you can pick up anything. I think I'll go for tables. So I'll pick up those tables here, and these are all 6 tables. I can click on Transform Data. Now this will open Power Query. So appending, we have seen in the previous video. Let us see practically how to append with different numbers of columns. Here comes your Power Query. I can go to the Home menu bar and click on this Append Queries as New. That's the option Append Queries as New. There are 2 options or 2 radio buttons I'll get. Do you want 2 tables or 3 or more tables? I'll pick up this 3 or more tables. So, May table is selected. I will double click and pick up all the other tables and click on OK. So then we have 3 and 3, 6. So now I've picked up 6 tables. I'll click on OK. This will give me one final output named as Append 1, and the output is given. If you see, 60 rows are there. There were 6 tables or 6 sheets, I can say. Each sheet was having 10 records. 6 into 10, 60. I have. Now, let us see what we have. Now the date, client, and sales in million. If you remember, the column positions were different, but still, it is properly appended into those columns. There were 2 extra columns named as profit and remarks. Some places profit was not there. So wherever the profit and remarks were not there, we'll get a null option there. And you can scroll down and you can see wherever the profit was there. So it is given the value for profit and remarks. Also it is given. So what can you learn from this one? The column position does not matter. It can be anywhere. The column names should be the same. Okay? That is one thing. And even if you have a different number of columns, the steps would be the same. It will still append the tables or sheets and still give you the answer. So that's it. I can just rename this as annual sales data. Okay, annual sales data. And I can click on close and apply. Now, obviously, when I append those files, I only want the final file to be visible. Okay? Not all the 7, whatever sheets are there. But what happens is when you click on close and apply in the output, you'll be getting all the 7 queries. So, let it append. So it has appended. It has applied, and you can see all the sheets are visible for me. I'm only interested in this annual sales data, the blue color highlighted. I don't require because I wanted the output. So I don't want the end user, the developer, to see these tables. So what you can do is you can go to transform data, right click on that April table, and you can just deselect this checkbox named as enable load. Same way, I can just click on continue, right click on that Feb, enable load, continue. And I think you can also select multiple tables at once. And you have to do it one by one. Right click and deselect this button, enable load. Right click. Whenever you deselect that button, enable load, you can see the query name will change to italic. So you can understand that this will only be visible in Power Query, not in Power View. Okay, or when you're creating some charts, you will not get it. So these are all in italic format, carefully observed. That's in italic format. And rest all, you can see. Now I can click on close and apply. Now you can see I'll only get the final annual sales data query, not the other tables. So you see when I minimize, I'm not having the other tables. So this is very useful and an interesting option here, enable load. By the way, the main topic was how to append multiple tables or sheets with a different number of columns. Let us see a very interesting topic in Power BI. How to append multiple Excel files from a folder. Imagine you have a folder where you keep pasting a file every month with similar data, and you want those files to automatically append one below the other. It is possible in Power BI. Here is an example. I've created a folder named monthly sales file containing Excel files. These files have a very small size, as I have purposely kept them small. The file names like April, February, January, May, March, etc. Now I want to append those in Power BI. But before we append, let us open any file and see what data we have. I'll double click on April 2020. The data is very simple. We have 3 columns: date, client, and sales in million. The date is in a table format. If I go to the Table Design menu bar, you can see the name of the table is April Table, which I've given properly. I can close this. I'll open one more table from a different file. Let's say June 2020. You can observe that we have the same column names: date, client, and sales in million. The column names can be the same, and the position of the columns can be anywhere. The number of columns can be less or more. No problem. You can see the name is given as June Table, which corresponds to the file name June 2020. It can be a name, also no problem. I can close this. What I'll do is, I want to import this folder directly into Power BI. So I'll right-click and copy the path of the folder. Okay, so I have 6 files in this folder. Now I can open a blank Power BI file. When I say empty, nothing is there on the right-hand side. I can click on Get Data and then click on More button. And I should not click on the Excel file because it's not one Excel file, but it is a complete folder, which I have to pick up. So I'll select the option here as Folder and click on Connect. Now I can just paste the path of the folder and click on OK button. This will give me all the file structure. Okay, all the file names, the extensions, these are the file names. That's the extension which I have, the date modified, created, all the metadata about that file. I have to click on Transform Data because I don't want this metadata. I want the data inside those files. So, out of all the files, if you observe, only the first 2 columns are important. Okay, the first column is having the name of the column, and the second column is having the data of that file in the compressed format, a very complex format. So when you click on the blank space at the bottom, it will give you the size of the file, and the entire data will be there. So, what about the other columns like extension, access, modified, created? Those are not required. So let me select these 2 columns and remove the other columns. Now I have those 2 columns here. Now, what my job would be to extract the data from this contained column. This is the compressed format. So in the Add Column menu bar, I can click on Custom Column. That's the option. Custom Column. Here in this column, Custom Column, I can write an M function. One single function would be required, and the function would be Excel, Workbook. I can press the Tab key from my keyboard. Remember, this is case sensitive. E capital letter, W capital. Select Excel.workbook. Now, Excel.workbook, open brackets, double click on this content option and close the bracket. Now, what is this contained, which I've selected? This contained is actually the right-hand side column, which is available. The column is written here, available columns. These are nothing, but at the back end, if you see contained and name, these are 2 columns. So now I'll just click on OK button, and you can see a separate column named as Custom Column is created. And still, there is some data inside. You see, I can click on a double-headed arrow, and some columns will be there. We don't know what this is, but we'll click on OK button. When you click on OK, there are some columns on the right-hand side. These will tell you that each file is having some sheet or table. These are the name of the sheet and table here. So obviously, out of those 6 files, I'm interested only in tables. So I can just click on the drop down and select only table and click on OK. So from this kind column, I only want table. You see, these are all the tables here. These are the names of the table. Now out of all the columns, we only require 3 columns: the file name, the table name, and the data inside those tables. The other columns are not important right now. So You can select those three columns and remove other columns, the file name column and the table name, and the custom data. What is custom data? If I keep my cursor on the blank space, you can see the sample or the data will be visible here. What data is inside that table? So you can keep on clicking to cross-check. Here, the last step would be just click on this double-headed arrow and click on OK button. So carefully observe. One checkbox is there extra, which will find out what is that. Right now it is selected. I can just click on OK button. When you click on that OK button, this column should be visible. The date column, the client column, and the sales in million. But if you observe, everywhere there is a custom data dot custom data dot custom data dot. So unwanted prefix is added, which is not required right now. So I'll delete the last step, expand the column again, and remove this prefix. This will add a prefix to the columns. Here I'll just deselect, click on OK. This would be a clean column names here now. That's very simple. I can see how many records I have at the bottom. If you see, 60 rows are there, 60 records are there. So now I should just rename the column headings. I can rename this as file name, this one as table name, and this one as date. So I can just change the date type as date, okay? And the client name should be text. So I'll select the option somewhere a text would be there. And this is sales in billions. I'll keep it as it is, no problem. So now it's clean data. Let us cross-check. When I click on Home menu bar and click on Close and Apply, I'm coming out of Power Query into Power View. Whenever I say Power View, I mean to say where you can create some charts and visuals. So that is a Power View. So this section is the Power View, and the red section which I've highlighted is Power Pivot. Okay, which we have in the coming sections. So now I will just pick up this file name, drag and drop, and you can see these are the 6 files. Let me expand it till June. Suppose in that folder, if I bring one more file, I can just copy that file and I can just paste it. Let me rename that file. I'll type as July_2020, okay? One more file I've pasted, July 2020 here. When I go to Power BI, if you see, nothing has happened, but I can just click on this refresh button on the top in Home menu bar, and you can see one more file will be added, which is July 2020. Okay, that July file would be added here. It's given in this location. So the file name is added, but at the back end, the data also is updated. Suppose if you have created some charts or visuals, that will automatically update. Okay, so you can see that's a date field. I can just drag and drop this data. Entirely would be updated for July month as well. Since we have not changed the date inside that file or sheet, we cannot get the output, but you can see the changes will be visible here. And one more I can show you. I can go to Transform Data, and if I go to this Transform tab here, I can just click on Count Rows. So in this Count Rows, this is 70 seconds. Okay, 7 files are there. Each file was having 10 seconds. I will go back and copy one more file. Copy and paste here. One more file. So June, July, done. Now I'll type as August 2020. And when I come to Power BI or Power Query, this is the Power Query. I'll just click on Home Refresh. When I click on the Refresh button, you have to observe this number 70 will change to 80. Okay, that means the data is getting updated. So I can delete that last step, which is not required. So all the records will be updated automatically. It is given at the bottom here. So that's it. I hope you have understood how to append multiple Excel files from a folder in Power BI. Let us see a new topic in Power BI of how do we append different data sources in Power BI. This would be the first time we are seeing different data sources. It can be any data source: SQL, Oracle, Big Data, Hadoop, anything. But here I've taken a very simple example of how to append Excel with CSV file in Power BI. Now, since everyone has CSV and Excel, I have created a folder, monthly sales file, with CSV and Excel, and there are two files, April and March. One is Excel and one is CSV file. I'll open both files, and you can see that's March 2020 and April 2020. So I'll just bring those side by side. These are two files which I have, one CSV and Excel. Both files are having the same columns. If you see date, client, and sales, and date, client, and sales, they have the same columns. Now the question is how to append those 10 records with these 10 records. You can see here the month is given as March, and here the month is given as April. Okay, these 2 months are there. So, let us see. I'll just close this file and I'll close this file. I can open here Power BI. Now this Power BI is empty. Nothing is there in this file. First one, I will just click on Get Data, Excel, and pick up the Excel file from that folder. That's April 2020. Open. Now, one file would be Excel, one would be CSV. Here I'll be getting the file name. So that's the April file. I can just select this April and click on Load button. I'm directly clicking on Load, so that file would be visible on the right-hand side. So you can see that April file is loaded here. Let us load the other file. Get Data, and I'll select the option Text CSV, and the other file is March 2020. Open, and now I can also click on Load button. So this is one method of loading separate Excel and separate CSV files. Okay, but now if I want to append those, I have to go back to Power Query. Okay, so in Power Query, I can load. So you can see April and March are loaded. Nobody can find out the difference, whether it is CSV or Excel. If you observe, the icons for both the files are the same. So here when they are loaded, they are known as queries. Now I can just go to Home tab and click on Transform Data on this place. Now in Transform Data on the left-hand side, you can see these are the queries which have loaded. I will click on Append Queries as New. Append Queries as New, so a third query would be created. And since I only have two tables, I'll select the April from the top and March from the bottom. April and March, and click on OK. A third query would be loaded, and I'll write as Appended Data. And you can see date, client, and sales in billion. So both the columns or both the files have been appended, and I'm getting 20 records. Now I can just right-click and disable this load, Enable Load. Same way, I can right-click on March 2020 and Enable Load. I deselect that option, so when I click on Close and Apply, I'll be getting only this appended data in the output in the Power View. So I'll not get the other two queries. Okay, so I'll just click on Close and Apply. Carefully observe, whatever was in italic format, the query name will not be loaded. So here, I'll be getting only one appended data query on the right-hand side. So I can use that file and create some charts and visuals. So you can see, only one appended data and only one query is there, not the other two options. So that's it. I hope you've understood how to append different data sources in Power BI. Hi friends, and welcome to this new video. We are going to create a new kind of dashboard. The name of the dashboard is HR Analytics. So we have HR data today. But before moving further into this video, what I'll do is I'll show the final dashboard to you, the preview of the dashboard, how it will look like after building the dashboard. So this is HR Analytic dashboard. Will look like this. So this is very interactive, very informative dashboard. It shows total employee attrition, count attrition, rate active employees, average read age of an employee. Okay, we can select the data based on gender. We can select the data based on their marital status. Also shows the comparison between active employees and attrition count by department. Also, it shows active employees by education field. It shows a table of job satisfaction rating, shows the comparison of active employees by their age band based on their gender. One more thing, it shows which is active employees by education and their gender. The next thing which it shows is average of monthly income by their job role. And the last thing is average of their performance rating by different departments. So this is very informative. There are certain slices, there are certain donut charts, there are pie charts, there are column charts, stacked column charts, clustered column charts, clustered bar charts, and we have one heat map as well. And when lines are an area chart as well. So we will see how to build this kind of dashboard from very basic, from very scratch. What you have to do is you have to just download the data set from the description box and just follow the step-by-step procedure. So finally, you will also build this kind of dashboard. Okay, so we will start from very basic. So this area is called as Canvas, where we will build the dashboard. So we know what is the first step for creating the dashboard. The very first step for creating the dashboard is to load the data. So today we are going to use Excel workbook as our data source. So just click on this Excel workbook, select your file. So this is HR data. We'll just open it. So it will take 10 to 15 seconds to get loaded. Okay, now this window will show the preview of the table. So what we will do is we will select the HR data table. Okay, so instead of loading, we will click transform data because we have to make some changes in this table. We have to make some changes in this table, so click on the transform data. So it's loading. It will take like 15 seconds to load. So I'll tell you what changes you have to make. I'll tell you what changes you have to make. So I've observed the data carefully. I don't know whether you have observed one mistake in this or not, but there is no column header. Okay? But in first row, the column headers are present. So what we have to do is we have to change the first row as in column header. So this Power BI has a special tool for this. So just select HR data table. Here we have an option, use first row as a header. Just click on this option. Now observe the first row is used as column header. We have the column headers for each and every column. Now one more thing which we have to do is we don't want this attrition by yes or no. We want this in numbers for yes, and we want one for no. We want 0 so that we can count iteration. So attrition is nothing. But how many employees leave the organization? Or we can say they resign from the organization. Okay, so what we will do, we will sort this column based on condition. So what you can do, you can just go on ADD column, and in add column, you can select conditional column. So just click on this conditional column. So one dialog box will open. Okay, so it will ask for the condition. So just type the new column name. So new column name will be attrition count. So new column name is attrition count. If column name, which call on which basis, we are like applying the condition, we are applying condition based on the saturation column. Is equal to. If it is equal to yes, then we want output as 1. Else we want output as 0, so just click on OK. So you will see at last there is a new column for yes. We have 1 for now we have 0. So this column shows attrition count. So just change the data type to whole number. Okay. So that will show you submission. So the next thing is you can just click on close and apply our transformation. It's done. Now we will measure certain things which are not in this data set, but we want to show in our dashboard. Okay. So I will tell you what and how you have to do before that. The next steps we have to do is we have to check the connection in our model. So as we only have one table today, there will be no connections, okay? So I will show you how it will look like. So just go to this one and it's loading. So 1,470 rows are loaded. So on the right hand side, now it is loaded, you can see HR data table. So if you click on this one model icon, there's only one table. So there is no connection. So we don't have to build any connection today. Just go on this table. So if you observe carefully, our HR table is here. Okay. So the first thing there is no calculation for attrition count yet. So what we will do is we will click on new measures. We want to find out attrition rate. So the name of new measure will be attrition rate, which will be equals to attrition count. So here we will see attrition rate will be equals to attrition count divided by total employees. So what we will do is we will use divide function here. Divide, so the numerator will be sum of attrition. Count the denominator will be sum of employee account. Sum of employee account. After that blank, you want, and then okay. Instead of this, what you can do is you can put double quote. So now we have a measure of attrition rate. After attrition rate, we want one more measure, which is active employees. So active employees will be nothing but total employees minus this attrition count. So we will again go on this new measure. So the name of the measure will be active employees. Okay. Active employees will be equals to all employees. So it will be sum of employee count minus sum of attrition count. So it will show active employees. So all things are done. So now we have our attrition rate, attrition count, active employees, total employees, and we have their age as well. Next thing is we can start to create the visual for creating the visual. We have to go on this report page. So when you will go on this report page, you have to select the background first. So I'll tell you how to decide the background. So there is one website which is called colorhun.com. So basically, you can go on this website and there are so many combinations of colors. So today we are going to use this one, okay? 3 to 4 colors we are going to use for building up a dashboard. So basically, it is based on color contrast, okay? Each and every color. So you can decide at your own which color you want to use. So our background color will be this one. So you can just copy this color code, and you can select the color based on this color code while creating the dashboard. So we're going to start building visuals. So the first visual will be want to show some numbers right to the management. So the numbers for total employees, attrition count, which we have calculated, attrition rate, active employees, and average rate. So what we will do for that is we will use card visuals. So how to select card visual? Here on the right hand side is visualization tab. We have this one. So this is called as card visual. So before that, we will apply the background. So for applying background, go to format for your report, paste this icon. After that, go to canvas background. Select the color. So the code will be this one. We already have copied, okay? So just paste it here. Go to more color and paste. So it is not visible right now because the transparency is 100%. So just reduce it to 0%. Now our background color is visible, okay? The next thing which we will do today is we want to show the numbers right. So 5 numbers, we want to show the first one is of total employee. So we will select this card visual. So let's say the size of this card visual, we will put it as 95 into 165. So basically in this, what we want to show is we want to show employee count means total employees. Okay, go to General, go to Properties, the size will be 95 into 165. You can select the size by your own, okay? So the next thing is we don't want this one employee count to be here. So what we will do is we will put a little title, okay? So title we can give from here, just enable it. So it will be total employees. Okay. Now, if you observe carefully, this one goes to visual category label. We don't want today. Okay. And call out value, we want to be in bold. Basically, this total employee should be in center. So we have to just centralize. We have to centralize it. So go to General, go to Title, and then select this option, Center. Okay. Also try to make it bold as well. So now it is in the center. And one more thing which we can do here is we can disable the background. Basically, so text color, what we'll do is first we will disable the background. So the background will be in effect. Go to Effect Background, disable it. And now we will use text color as this one. Copy this code. Okay. Go to Title Text, Color, paste it here. So this color will be used as text. And also for that 1470, what we were going to do is we were going to visual call out value. And again, the text color will be the same. This one. Okay, this is done. Now what you can do, the second thing is we want to show attrition count, but we want to show here 5 values. So what we will do is we will just quickly copy this visual. So in Power BI, now you can directly copy the visuals as well. So 3 columns, we have done full 5. Okay, in this visual, we are going to show attrition count. So ins, untick this employee account. Okay, this is the attrition count. Just we have to change the title instead of total employees. We will show attrition count or churn account. Okay, for the third visual, we are going to show attrition rate. So instead of this one, we will show attrition rate and the header will be like title. We will, instead of total employees, we will give attrition rate. For the fourth visual, it will be active employees. So again, title instead of total employees. We will give active employees, and here instead of this employee count, we will select active employees, which we have calculated. So active employees is nothing but total employees minus attrition count. The next one here, this instead of this total employees, we will select age. Okay, and the title of this one will be average age, but it is showing summation of age. So we don't want summation of age. So what we will do is we will just select this. Okay, so here for age, you can select average. Okay, average of each. So it is 36.92. But you don't want the decimal place. So what you can do is you can just go to this one, go on call out value. So decimal places, just select it as 0. Okay, so we have all our 5 KPIs. Basically, we will just arrange this. So what you can do is you can drag it till here. Okay, and first visual will be here. Let's say before that, we will add one icon and select all 5 now. So we will distribute it horizontally. So after selection, go to Format. Okay, click on Align and click on Distribute horizontally. So it will get distributed according to its equal space. So this is just now the next thing which we are going to do. Okay, so we are going to create the visuals. So the very first thing we are going to do is we are going to create one clustered column chart for active employees and attrition count by department. So just select this clustered column section, select active employees and attrition account. So we have department right here. So on x-axis, we will put department. On y-axis, we will put active employees. And again, we will put attrition count. Okay, so we will keep the size of this particular chart as 255 by 300. You can select the size accordingly, according to your space. Now we will just edit this. So for editing, the first very thing is we have to disable the background. Go to Effect, disable the background. The next thing is for title. So title is good. Just center a line, make it bold. The text color is the previous one. Okay, now visual border, you have to enable color of the visual border. You can keep the same text. And roundness corner, you can select 15. 15 looks good. So we don't actually, the next thing is again, some like numbers on x-axis and y-axis. These are not visible. So actually what you can do is you can go on x-axis, select values, make it bold color, select this one. See now it is visible. And for the same title on x-axis, make it bold, select color. This one, it is visible. Then simi, same things you have to do for the y-axis. Okay, values, make it bold. Select the color, and again for title as well. So you don't have to do this for each and every wish. Well, I tell you what to do. You can just copy the format of this visual, and you can paste written another visual. So after creation of the visual, it will look like this. Now here, this legend are not visible. So just select this visual again, go to Format, your visual. We have this legend option here. So for legend text, just select bold, and again, text color, as this one. Now it is visible, and it will be good. If you select top center, okay, so now this chart looks good. So we will place it after some time. The next chart which we are going to create is donut one. So this is the visual for donut. Okay, so in visualization tab, select this icon. Do not click on this one. So we will show active employees by their education field. So the values will be active employees and the legend will be education field. So this is what you can do now. You see, for pasting this format to this visual. So before that, we will color the grid line as well. So go to this one, select grid line instead of dot, or select horizontal. Now it's looking good. Okay, so what you can do is just select this visual, click on this format printer, and paste it here. So almost everything will get pasted. So select the size of this visual as 255 into 380. Go to General Properties, 255, and with the 380, because I've calculated the space available. Previously, the next thing is this visual, which we can show is legends are on data labels are on. Before that, what we will do this time, press yes. So the very first thing we will format this donut chart differently. So basically, go on General, go on Effect, first disable the background for title, make it bold text color. Same center line, then this is done. Effects are done. Go on this one data label value, make it bold, select color as this, and these are called legends. So we have the option for legend as well for text. Make it bold, select this one. Now it is visible and the right size. Only the border is also remaining. So basically, if a border, go on Effect, Visual Border, color same around the corner 15. And on the size, right. So the size of this visual, which we will keep, is I have told previously, 255 into 380. So almost everything is visible. So we can place this visual now. So we will place it here, and we can drag this visual and we will paste it here like this. Now the next visual which we are going to create is active employees by their age brand. And we will use column chart for this. So select column chart as a visual. So on this, we are going to show active employees on X-axis, and on Y-axis, we are going to show age band. So just copy this format, paste it here. The size again, it will be the same. It will be 255 by 300. Okay, so now you can drag it like this, and you can drag this one as well. So the next visual we will see, we will format this column and this color at last. Okay, the next thing is we have to create one heat map for job satisfaction rating. So for that, what we will select this one matrix visual. Okay, so in this matrix, we will, on rows, what we can do, in columns, we can select that job satisfaction rating on rows. We will select different. Okay, so for this matrix one, what we will do on rows, we will select shop rules. See job rule will be visible. Then in column, we will select job satisfaction. And we are calculating these things for active employees. So we will track values as active employees. Okay, now a matrix table is done. So we will just format this table now again. Same formatting we will use. So what you can do, see first effect background will be off visual border, will be on same border color, will be same roundness corner, will be 15. This is the basic formatting. Okay, after that, we will go to visual. So you can select the style. So you want horizontal grid line as well, right? You want vertical grid line as well. The color of both the grid line will be the same. This one grade is done, then values you want to be bold, and the text color will be the same again, background color. We want this one so that the values will be clearly visible again. Alternate text color will be this one, and alternate background color will be this one, so that the values are visible. Okay, values done. The next thing is column header. So for every text, we have to give the same color, and for background color, same as this one, so that the column text will be visible. And just center align it, okay? And after text row headers, right. So for row had the same text, will be bold color, will be this one, okay? And background color will be this one. Now over matrix table is like completely visible. Just then, column subtotal for column subtotal, what you can do is select this one values. Again, bold values will be this one background color. So column grand total, bold text color will be same background color, will be this one. And one more thing is row grand total is remaining. So again, X color and background color done. Now see, if you observe carefully, it is not showing the like heat we want to show. The heat in this particular chart. Right. So heat is nothing, but based on the number, it should decide the color. So here, go on cell element, basically. So what we're doing is we are deciding background color of this cell element based on one function. So for minimum value, we will select this color, grieving, and for maximum value, we are going to select this red color. Click on OK. So see, based on the values, the color is there. So this is called a heat map. So the size of this table, we will put it as 255 into 380. And we can give the heading as well. So the title will be Job Satisfaction Rating. So there are so many visuals which we have to practice in Power BI. Okay, just enter a line. This is done now. So what is the size? It is currently at 262. Height and the width is 380. So we can set the width as 380 and height as 255 so that we can place it here. We can drag the table to see the numbers, basically, so almost they are visible as well. There's no need to drag, okay? The next thing here, the space is remaining. So in this remaining space, what we can do is we can create one line chart, which will be for average monthly income by job rule, okay? So we will select this visual area chart, okay? So on x-axis, we will keep job rule foreign. On x-axis, we will keep monthly income, but we will keep average of this one. We will select average later on. We'll just resize it. And one more visual which we can create is performance rating by department. So here in this age band, we can select one more thing. We can classify this as a gender as well. So in Legion, just track gender, so it will sort the data automatically based on gender as well. And one more thing which you're going to do here is average of performance rating by department. So for that, we are going to use which chart we should use. Here we will use this donut chart here. Okay, so performance rating, we have, so values will be performance rating and based on department we want to show. So we have department here, okay? So legend will be department. Okay, the next thing here is this chart. We will just copy the format of this one. We'll paste it here. We will just change. We don't want to show this, okay? Data label. So we will just format it. Go to this one, disable data label, and this one in this legend. Now we will change the position of region to top center, and we will place this chart here. Actually, let's just decide the position of this chart based on space. And one more thing here. We don't want to show legend title. So title, we will off OK. We will disable the title so that we can use the space available. Space, the next thing is we can show active employees by their education and gender. So for that, we are going to use this bar chart. So we will place the bar chart here. We will use the entire available space, okay? And for this, on x-axis, what we can do, we can keep education, their education on x-axis. We can keep active employees, okay? The next thing is we can directly copy the format and we'll paste it here. Done. If we want to show the numbers, you can show now one more chart, which is remaining here, is we will select this one area chart. So in this area chart, what we are going to show, we will show basically job role on x-axis. We can have this one job role here on x-axis. We'll keep job role. Basically, we'll convert this first in column chart, and basically on y-axis, what we can do, we can keep monthly income, okay? So instead of sum, we want average monthly income. Right. And we will convert this into area chart, or we should keep in that one only. We will classify this into two types. Basically, what we will do, average of monthly income here, and for the legend, we can select gender. Let's try to select gender, how it will look. Then, okay, so this looks good. It shows average of monthly income by their job rule. So we will just copy the format, okay? With format, we should take this one. We will take copy, we'll paste it. Now the very last thing which is remaining is to provide the button, which will act as a filter while selecting anything. So they are called as slices. So we will provide slices for their gender and for their marital status. So I'll tell you what you have to do. We have this space remaining. So in this space, we will provide slices. So for slicer, you have to select this visual. So in this slicer, what you can do is you can keep this one, their gender. So we have to drag this gender into the field. We don't want slicer to be in this form. So right now we want slicer to be horizontal. So instead of vertical, we will select horizontal here. So button will appear. Okay. We will just reduce the size. basically, and we will drag the slices here. Again, we will just reduce this size, okay? And we will copy this slice one more time and we will paste it here. So basically, we want one more slicer. So in this one, we want to show their marital status. So instead of gender, we will click on marital status. Now we will just format this. So again, we don't want background, so background will be off. We don't want this one slicer header. And basically, the values font color will be this one, and the background color will be this. So this is not really visible. So we will select one more color, and we can keep this one basically. So here, background color, select more color, paste this, and what you can do, instead for values, instead of this color, you can select black. So black will be visible and make it bold. So just copy this format from here and paste it here. This is done, so we have slices as well now. What we can do is we have this available space right in between these KPIs and our visual. So select all, go to format group and drag it a little bit. Okay, this looks good. Now, while creating this dashboard, just follow the step-by-step procedure at the end. And at the end, your dashboard will look like this. So this is very informative. We will check whether it is working or not based on our selection. So let's select female here. So this is the data only for females. So total active females are 588. Their attrition count is 87. Attrition rate is 14.8. Active employees are 501. An average age of female is 37 years old. If you want to see the data for male, this is the average data. This is the data average. It's the same active employees are higher than female as compared to female at recent count. It's also higher. And this data. So let's say you want to select only married people. How many married employees are there in your organization? So basically, 673 married employees are there. Attrition count is also high at recent rate. It's also high as attrition count is high. Then active employees, 589. An average age of married employees is 38. We'll select the single, how many employees are single, unmarried. So average age is low, 35 active employees for 70. So as compared to single, employees married, employees are only higher. Okay. Then let's select divorce. So basically, this is the data for divorced employees based on their marital status. So this is working. This is very interactive. You can make two selections by pressing Control as well. So this is the data for divorced and married people. You don't want diverse. So this is the data for married and single people like this. You can. So in this married and single people, you can select one more filter, which is male. Okay, so this is the data for this one. I hope you have liked this video. Please like and share and subscribe. So if you have any queries in this particular dashboard, you can just comment. I'll try to resolve your queries as soon as possible. And thank you for joining.